There are places in the ocean that defy logic, moments frozen in salt and silence, stories too strange for fiction. Under the endless surface, the sea holds everything we've forgotten, and some things we were never meant to find. Tonight we begin with one of the strangest mysteries ever uncovered just off the coast of New Jersey. Not a shipwreck, not ruins. Two fully intact steam locomotives lying at the bottom of the Atlantic, in a place where no tracks ever ran and no one remembers them being lost. If this brings you peace, let it be your safe harbor. Subscribe and drift back whenever you want. The story begins in 1985. A man named Paul Hepler, scanning the seabed off the coast of Long Branch, New Jersey, picked up something unusual on his sonar. At first, it appeared to be a sunken vessel, metallic, upright, heavy. But when he sent divers down to investigate, what they found was beyond all expectation. There, resting on the ocean floor in a remarkably preserved state, were two 19th century steam locomotives. They weren't cargo, they weren't inside a sunken transport ship. They were simply there, alone, unattached, as if they had been placed deliberately on the seafloor. Both engines were identical in design, Planet Class 222 steam locomotives, a rare model even in their own time, dating back to around 1850. Historians were puzzled. These types of trains were never common, and no known railway disaster in the area mentioned any loss of locomotives. Shipping manifests from the mid-19th century made no mention of any steam engines being lost at sea, and most importantly, the locomotives were discovered about 5 miles offshore, in 90 feet of water. That's far beyond the limits of any early coastal railway line. So how did they get there? One theory suggests the locomotives may have been part of a barge shipment, machines being transported to another location for use or scrap. In this version of events, the barge was caught in a storm, and the heavy engines were thrown overboard in an attempt to lighten the load. But this explanation doesn't quite fit. There were no reports of such a disaster, and the engines were found standing upright, side by side, as if they had settled naturally and undisturbed, undamaged by the violence of an emergency dumping. Another theory proposes something stranger, that the engines were never in use, never on rails, that they were prototypes or obsolete designs being quietly disposed of by the manufacturer. Yet if that's the case, why risk dumping them in deep water rather than scrapping them for parts on land? And again, why is there no record, no paper trail, no insurance claim, no accident report? The ocean has a way of swallowing not just objects, but context, and the locomotive graveyard off the Jersey coast has become one of the most quietly haunting underwater mysteries in the United States. No names, no dates, just rusting giants resting on the seafloor, surrounded by sand and silence. As decades passed, divers began to visit the site regularly. The locomotives, though worn by time and tide, remained remarkably intact. Marine life made a home around their wheels and boilers, transforming industrial relics into artificial reefs. And yet every diver who visited came back with the same feeling, that the machines felt out of place. Not like ruins, but like something deliberately hidden. A question placed at the bottom of the sea, never meant to be answered. There's something almost mythic about the idea. Steam locomotives, symbols of land-bound power and progress, lying in total darkness beneath the waves. The juxtaposition is unsettling. Metal meant for rails, now rusting in silence. Power frozen, history forgotten. No one knows for certain how they got there. No logbook mentions their departure. No newspaper mourns their loss. They are ghosts without names, locked forever in a world that was never meant for them. Some believe they were thrown overboard on purpose, to avoid taxation, to erase a financial failure, to cover up some forgotten corporate shame. Others think they were lost in transit, their cargo ship long since rusted to nothing. But there's also the possibility, however faint, that the truth is more surreal than all the theories combined. That perhaps we've missed some critical detail. That perhaps what we think we know about 19th century maritime history isn't complete. It's unlikely we'll ever raise them. The cost of recovery would be massive, and there's no known historical incentive to do so. But maybe that's for the best. Maybe they're meant to remain where they are, guardians of their own riddle. As you drift tonight, picture them, two iron machines, motionless beneath the sea, not entombed in wreckage, but alone, intact and upright, frozen in a mystery no storm can explain. Part 2. The Baltic Sea Anomaly. In the summer of 2011, a group of treasure hunters set out into the cold grey waters of the Baltic Sea with the hope of finding something ordinary, perhaps a lost shipwreck, or sunken cargo that could be salvaged and sold. Their expedition was backed by years of experience, equipment, and optimism. What they found instead was something no one could explain, something that looked like it had no business being underwater. A massive structure, circular, symmetrical, and strange, resting nearly 300 feet beneath the surface, with marks and ridges that seemed engineered rather than natural. Since then, the discovery has divided scientists, mystified divers, and inspired a flood of theories ranging from the plausible to the paranormal. It is now known as the Baltic Sea anomaly. The story begins with Oceanic, a Swedish exploration team led by Peter Lindberg and Dennis Usberg. These men had already made a name for themselves salvaging sunken cargo from the floor of the Baltic. On this particular expedition, they were scanning the seafloor between Sweden and Finland using side-scan sonar, a method that sends out acoustic pulses to detect solid objects beneath the waves. What appeared on their sonar screen startled them. A perfectly round formation, about 60 meters wide, sitting atop a long flat trail that stretched behind it like a skid mark. It looked like something had crash-landed and come to a stop. Some even compared the shape to the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars, disc-like, symmetrical, with what appeared to be ramp-like structures and even right angles. The image went viral almost immediately. News outlets across the globe began reporting the strange UFO at the bottom of the Baltic Sea. Some believed it was the remains of a secret Nazi project, a sunken Cold War experiment, or even an alien spacecraft. The sonar images were blurry, but the shape was undeniably intriguing. Perfect curves don't form easily in nature, especially not at that scale, and the runway or drag mark behind it only deepened the mystery. When the team returned to the site with divers and submersible cameras, they were met with something even stranger. The anomaly was covered in a black soot-like material, almost like volcanic ash. The divers' equipment began to malfunction. Their satellite phones stopped working when they approached the formation. Lights flickered, cameras glitched, and for some it felt as though the site didn't want to be observed. Though this might sound like fantasy, these reports were documented by the crew themselves and shared in interviews at the time. Whether it was electromagnetic interference or something else entirely, the anomaly had a presence. The structure itself, when seen up close, seemed too complex to be a simple rock. Divers described strange ridges and steps, like terraces cut into its side. One diver reported what looked like a staircase leading into a dark hole like an entrance. Others noted smooth walls and right angles, features rarely found in natural seafloor formations. And then there was the material. Samples taken from the surface included stone types not typically found in the region. Some experts claimed they were volcanic rocks, others argued they were man-made. But the location of the anomaly complicated every explanation. There is no volcanic activity in that part of the Baltic, and no known civilization has ever left structures of that scale or complexity in those waters. Skeptics, of course, proposed simpler answers. Some geologists argued that the formation was a glacial deposit, remnants left behind by melting ice sheets during the last ice age. The skid mark, they said, might be a natural trench carved by the movement of ancient ice, and the structure's circular shape, a coincidence, just an unusually round rock, perhaps formed by erosion or pressure over millennia. But even among these explanations, there were problems. The sheer size of the structure, its elevation above the seafloor, and the fine details captured in some of the images didn't match the expected patterns of glacial movement, and the electrical interference reported by the divers, not easily dismissed. To this day, no one has offered a definitive answer. The anomaly still rests where it was found, covered in sediment and shadow, visited occasionally by curious explorers but largely left undisturbed. Some believe it could be the remnants of an ancient civilization, long forgotten and sunken beneath the waves. Others see signs of a craft, not built on this earth. There are those who suggest it might be a natural formation after all, but even they admit it is one of the most unusual geological features ever found underwater. What makes the Baltic Sea anomaly so haunting is how little we know. We have sonar images, diver accounts and partial samples, but no complete exploration, no high-definition scans, no excavation. It remains an enigma suspended in silence, too deep to access easily, too strange to forget. And there's something poetic about it, a perfect circle, resting in the dark, a presence that interferes with technology, and yet gives up no answers. Whether it's a relic of deep time, or a forgotten experiment, or something else entirely, it reminds us of how vast and mysterious the ocean remains. How much of our own planet still lies uncharted? In the years since its discovery, the anomaly has faded from mainstream news, becoming one of those mysteries that lingers just beneath the surface of public memory. But for those who have seen the images, who have studied the sonar scans and read the diver logs, it remains unforgettable. A place where questions outnumber answers, and the silence of the sea speaks louder than words. The Baltic Sea anomaly is not the only unexplained structure beneath the waves, but it may be the most symmetrical. And in a world governed by chaos and erosion, symmetry has a way of catching the eye and unsettling the mind. Part 3. The immortal jellyfish and the secret of biological time beneath the stillness of the sea. There are creatures that move through time differently than we do. Some age so slowly they outlive generations. Others seem to have no age at all. But among all the strange organisms that drift through the ocean's vast expanse, there is one that appears to defy the very concept of mortality. Not through magic or myth, but through biology so strange it borders on the impossible. In the quiet waters off the coast of Japan, scientists discovered a creature capable of doing something no human ever could, reversing its own aging process. Not metaphorically, not chemically, literally. This is the story of Turritopsis dani, better known as the immortal jellyfish. It doesn't look like much, barely larger than the nail on your pinky finger, with a translucent bell-shaped body and delicate hair-like tentacles. It drifts silently through the water, unnoticed by nearly everything around it. But within this tiny organism lies a genetic process so profound, it has shattered the boundaries of what we thought life could be. When faced with stress, starvation, physical damage, or even just old age, Turritopsis dani does not die. Instead, it collapses its body, retracts its tentacles, and transforms itself back into a polyp, the earliest stage of its life cycle. Like a butterfly turning back into a caterpillar, like a tree becoming a seed. It is the only known animal capable of reverting its cells in this way, effectively resetting its biological clock and beginning life anew. To understand the strangeness of this, we have to look at the jellyfish life cycle. Most jellyfish begin as fertilized eggs that become free-swimming larvae, eventually attaching themselves to a surface and growing into polyps. These polyps then bud off into medusas, the adult jellyfish we recognize. But Turritopsis doesn't follow the rules. When its adult form becomes damaged or threatened, it doesn't simply decay. Instead, its cells begin a process called transdifferentiation. Cells that were once muscle can become nerve tissue. Cells that were part of its digestive system can become skin. Everything is rebuilt from the ground up. Over days or weeks, the adult jellyfish returns to a youthful state, anchoring itself and starting the cycle again. And it can do this not once, but over and over. In theory, endlessly. Of course, in the wild, most Turritopsis don't live forever. They can be eaten, infected, or damaged beyond repair. But in the absence of fatal harm, their biology contains no aging limit. This discovery wasn't made with great fanfare. It wasn't the result of a high-budget expedition or a cutting-edge lab. It began in the early 1990s, when a German marine biology student named Christian Sommer was studying hydrozoans in the Mediterranean. He noticed something strange. Certain jellyfish he collected didn't die after reproducing. They returned to their juvenile stage, repeatedly. At first, the observation was met with skepticism. Aging, after all, was considered universal among multicellular life. But over time, more scientists began to examine the organism's behavior, and its strange secret held up. Under laboratory conditions, Turritopsis showed a consistent ability to cheat death. This revelation sent quiet shockwaves through the biological community. If a jellyfish could reverse aging, could its mechanisms be studied, replicated? Could the key to human longevity lie in the genome of a translucent invertebrate smaller than a grape? The questions were tantalizing, but the answers proved elusive. The jellyfish's genome is complex and fragile. It doesn't adapt well to lab environments, and its immortality, while real, is finicky and unpredictable. Still, researchers press on, hoping to understand how one creature slipped through the rules of biology and found a loophole in time. There's something poetic about this. In the vastness of the ocean, an environment of pressure, chaos, and constant change, one of the smallest and simplest creatures is the one that refuses to grow old. It doesn't conquer death through strength, intelligence, or technology. It simply moves backward, like a breath inhaled in reverse, like a tide retreating. Some have suggested that the jellyfish's ability could reshape our understanding of evolution. Others argue that immortality in nature isn't as rare as we think, it's just hidden, quietly playing out in the corners of ecosystems we don't understand. But no matter how we interpret it, Turritopsis dohrnii remains a marvel, a living paradox, drifting through the deep, repeating itself forever. In mythology, immortality is often a curse, a burden, something sought after and regretted. But in nature, it's quiet, undramatic, a slow reset of form and function. The jellyfish doesn't long for eternal life. It simply avoids death through design. Scientists still don't fully understand how the process works. The molecular pathways are complex, and the conditions required are delicate. But the fact remains, aging, once thought to be irreversible, may not be absolute, and the ocean once again has revealed something that challenges our deepest assumptions about life. In a world filled with decay, entropy, and time marching forward, the immortal jellyfish offers a strange kind of hope, not in a dramatic human sense, but in the quiet reminder that life, even in its simplest form, is full of surprises. That even the smallest creature, drifting unnoticed beneath the waves, can carry a secret so profound it humbles everything we think we know. And somewhere out there, in the dark water off the coast of Japan or the Mediterranean Sea, a jellyfish is resetting its clock, again, and again, and again. Part 4. The Underwater River of Cenote Angelita. In the dense jungles of Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula, a strange illusion rests beneath the ground, hidden from sight, forgotten by time, and guarded by silence. To the untrained eye, it might seem impossible. A river beneath the earth, flowing through a sinkhole of ancient limestone. But to divers who have witnessed it with their own eyes, it is one of the most surreal and hauntingly beautiful underwater phenomena ever encountered. It's called Cenote Angelita, and what lies within it is a vision so strange it seems to defy the rules of physics. An underwater river flowing through the sea itself, complete with banks, fallen trees, and mist-like fog rolling gently along its surface. But it's no river, not really, it's something else entirely. Cenotes are natural sinkholes formed by the collapse of limestone bedrock, exposing the groundwater beneath. In the Yucatan, they were considered sacred by the ancient Maya, gateways to the underworld, to the gods of rain and death. These cenotes can be deep, stretching hundreds of feet into the ground, their waters clear, still, and silent. Angelita is one of the most mysterious of them all. When you dive into it, the first few meters seem unremarkable. Limestone walls, small fish, floating leaves. But at a depth of around 100 feet, something changes. A dense brownish cloud begins to appear, suspended like a fog bank at the bottom of the ocean. Beneath that layer, a forest of drowned branches rises eerily into the gloom, and then impossibly, a river, a winding flowing channel that appears to move with purpose, complete with banks and trees on either side, and a heavy mist rolling above the water's edge. It feels like a dream, like a painting that shouldn't exist, but it's real. This illusion is caused by a natural phenomenon known as a halocline, a point at which two layers of water with different salinity and density meet, but do not fully mix. In the case of Angelita, the top layer is fresh water, slowly filtering down from rainfall and groundwater above. Beneath it lies heavier, salt-laden water pushed in from ancient underground sea channels. And at the point where the two meet, a third element forms hydrogen sulfide, a thick soupy cloud created from decaying organic matter trapped between the layers. This cloud becomes the fog, draping the boundary between worlds, and through that boundary, divers descend into what feels like an entirely separate realm. The hydrogen sulfide layer is dense and opaque. When you enter it, visibility disappears completely. It becomes pitch black, the taste of sulfur heavy in the mouth, the smell faint but distinct even through a mask. And when you pass through it, when you emerge on the other side, you are in a world inverted. The salt water below is darker, more pressurized, and eerily still. The trees, long dead, rise into the haze like skeletal remains. The river created by the illusion of the halocline winds along the floor of the cenote, and for a moment, it feels like you are walking through a forest at dawn. But nothing is alive, nothing breathes. It is a world preserved in silence, untouchable and unchanged. The trees that litter the bottom are remnants of the jungle above. Fallen centuries ago, they sank through the fresh water and became suspended in the thick brine, unable to rot. No oxygen reaches them here, no bacteria thrives in the darkness. They sit like offerings to some forgotten god of the deep, waiting. Only a few divers have explored the deepest parts of Angelita. It requires special training, equipment, and courage. The transition between freshwater and saltwater can confuse even experienced divers. Buoyancy changes, light bends and vanishes, and the disorientation of drifting through a foggy underwater river can be profoundly unsettling. Some have reported hallucinations. Others describe an overwhelming calm, as if time had stopped entirely. There are no fish below the halocline, no movement, just the quiet drip of geologic time, pressing down on everything. The pressure increases, the temperature drops, and all around the jungle above seems to echo in shadows, a memory fossilized in liquid stone. What makes Cenote Angelita so haunting isn't just the physics behind it, or the science of salinity and decay. It's the feeling, the emotion of seeing something so unreal, so ethereal, and knowing that it was made not by myth or art, but by nature. No human built the river in Angelita. No one carved its banks or painted its mist. It formed slowly, silently, over centuries. A ghost river that flows only in the eyes of those brave enough to descend. Legends among the Maya told of sacred waters that led to the afterlife. Places where spirits passed beneath the surface of the world, traveling through roots and rivers to reach the gods. When modern explorers discovered the cenotes, many scoffed at the myths. But then they dove into Angelita. And for the first time, the boundary between science and spirit felt thinner than ever before. Is it just a trick of chemistry and light? Or something more? A reminder that the world still holds places that feel like dreams, like riddles carved into the stone of the earth. Places where the dead trees still reach up, and the river still flows through the heart of the sea. In Cenote Angelita, time is layered. The jungle past lies beneath the water. The present hovers in fog, and the future waits, deep and silent, for the next diver to drift through its sacred gate. Part 5. The submarine graveyard of the Arctic Circle. Far above the churning Atlantic and beyond the familiar shipping lanes of Europe, there lies a cold, isolated expanse of ocean, a place where the sky is often grey, the winds never stop, and the sea itself feels older, heavier somehow. This is the Arctic Circle, and beneath its frozen waters lies one of the most unsettling and least known mysteries of the deep, a secret graveyard of lost submarines. Not just one or two, but dozens. American, Russian, British, resting on the seafloor in various states of decay. Some were victims of mechanical failure, others disappeared under suspicious circumstances, and some were never supposed to be found. The Cold War was more than just a political standoff. It was a technological arms race, one that extended into the deepest parts of the ocean. Submarines were the ghosts of that war, gliding silently beneath the waves with nuclear payloads and surveillance equipment, invisible to the world above. The Arctic, with its remoteness and inaccessibility, became one of the most strategic yet perilous frontiers. Ice cover provided concealment. Narrow straits and sonar shadows offered places to hide. But the deeper those subs dove into the silence, the more unforgiving the sea became. One of the most famous wrecks in this underwater graveyard is the Soviet submarine K-129. In March 1968, it vanished somewhere in the North Pacific, far from its intended patrol route. No distress signals were sent, no black boxes recovered. For years, the location of the submarine remained a mystery until the US Navy found it, deep beneath the waves. The Soviets were never told. What followed was one of the most audacious covert operations in naval history, Project Azorian, using a specially designed ship built by billionaire Howard Hughes as a cover story. The CIA attempted to lift the submarine from a depth of over 16,000 feet. The mission was only partially successful. During the recovery, part of the submarine broke off and fell back into the abyss, but the forward section, including crew compartments and potentially codebooks or missiles, was brought to the surface. The US never officially admitted what they found. The story was buried beneath layers of classified reports and diplomatic silence. The remaining section of K-129 still rests where it fell, entombed in darkness, watched only by the distant hum of currents and the long, slow drift of silt. But the Americans weren't the only ones to lose submarines in the Arctic's grip. The Soviet Union suffered an even more tragic loss in 1989, when the nuclear-powered submarine K-278 Komsomolets sank after a fire broke out on board. Despite its advanced design and reinforced titanium hull, the vessel could not be saved. 42 of the 69 crew members perished as the submarine sank to a depth of over 5,000 feet in the Norwegian Sea. What makes the Komsomolets so infamous is not just the tragedy, but what it carried. Its onboard nuclear reactor and 2 nuclear-tipped torpedoes now lie on the seafloor, still leaking radiation decades later. The site has become a source of growing concern for environmental scientists, as slow leaks of radioactive material seep into the surrounding waters. Efforts to monitor or recover the wreck are complicated by politics, logistics, and the unforgiving nature of the Arctic deep. In some places, these sunken submarines lie only a few miles apart. Some were found by accident, blips on sonar screens, mistaken for hills or rock formations, later revealed to be rusting metal tombs. Others are still being searched for. There are stories from retired naval officers of classified incidents, disappearances blamed on equipment failure or lost contact, with whispers of something more. Unusual sonar anomalies, compasses spinning uncontrollably, silent radar shadows that vanished as quickly as they appeared. Among the theories whispered in corners of naval intelligence circles, there's one that recurs, that the Arctic depths hold something else. Not a weapon or an enemy sub, but an environmental factor, a phenomenon not yet understood. The crushing pressure and sub-zero temperatures are known to distort sound, bend radio waves, and confuse even the most advanced sonar. But some reports suggest something stranger, low-frequency vibrations not linked to tectonic activity. Strange metallic echoes that repeat like pulses, as though something massive was still moving far below. A few divers and scientists have speculated about undersea caverns, ancient formations hidden beneath the ice shelf, or even previously unknown ecosystems sealed off from the rest of the world. There is no proof, only fragments, logs that end abruptly, transcripts of sonar readings that don't match anything mechanical, and in the deepest recesses of military archives, classified reports marked with dates and locations that match the resting places of the lost. What is certain, however, is this: the Arctic seafloor is littered with the machinery of a secret history. Dozens of submarines, some known, many unnamed, corroding slowly in silence. These are not relics of exploration, but of paranoia, espionage, and geopolitical tension. And even in death, they remain dangerous. Some still carry radioactive cores. Others were equipped with live torpedoes, experimental systems, or classified technologies. Their steel hulls buckle slowly under pressure, their rivets groaning as the cold seeps in inch by inch. They are coffins for those who served, but also vaults, holding secrets not meant to be discovered. Divers don't venture there casually. The depths are too extreme, the risks too high. Even unmanned vehicles struggle in the Arctic's shifting currents and unpredictable terrain. The submarines lie where they fell, unreachable, unobserved, watched only by the occasional passing fish or the shifting beams of polar light filtering dimly through the sea ice above. There is something deeply unsettling about the idea of so many war machines lying dormant in the deep. They were built for silence, designed to avoid detection. Now they lie in perfect stillness, embedded in the ocean floor like bones in ancient stone. One day, perhaps, the ice will melt further. New technology may allow us to map and explore the wrecks in detail. Perhaps some will be retrieved. Perhaps secrets will be unearthed. Or perhaps the sea will keep them forever, locked in pressure and cold, erasing slowly the outlines of metal and memory alike. For now, the submarines remain ghosts in the deep, their names etched into old naval records, their final journeys untold. A hidden graveyard, far from sight, where the past still hums softly in the silence of the Arctic Sea. Part 6. The lake that disappeared into the sea. In the remote wilderness of northern Siberia, where winter can stretch endlessly, and the land itself feels untouched by time, There was once a lake. It appeared on maps, spoken of by locals, even photographed by passing satellites. It wasn't famous, nor particularly large. It was just there, calm, cold, ancient, resting quietly within the permafrost plains for thousands of years. But one day, without warning, the lake simply vanished. Not dried up over decades, not evaporated during a drought. It was gone, as though it had been swallowed whole by the earth beneath it. In its place, a gaping hole, like a wound in the landscape. No one saw it disappear. There was no earthquake, no storm, no warning. The lake had fallen into the sea. This phenomenon wasn't the only one of its kind. Across the Russian Arctic and coastal tundras of Alaska, similar reports began to emerge. Entire lakes vanishing in a matter of days or weeks, leaving behind strange craters, sunken forests, or nothing at all. Scientists and researchers were stunned. They reviewed satellite data, local weather patterns, and ground surveys. The lakes were real, and they were vanishing at a rate that couldn't be explained by climate alone. At the heart of this mystery lies an ancient force, permafrost. The ground in these northern regions is made up of soil, rock, and ice, layers of frozen sediment that have remained solid for tens of thousands of years. It's not just cold earth. It's an archive of ancient climates, biological matter, and gases long locked away. For centuries, this permafrost has acted like concrete, holding everything in place. But now, that concrete is thawing, and the results are catastrophic. When permafrost melts, the ground becomes unstable. What once held the weight of forests, rivers, and lakes begins to sink. Sometimes, the collapse is slow, a gradual warping of the land, but other times, it's sudden and violent. One moment, a lake rests atop frozen earth. The next, the supporting ice gives way. Beneath it lies a vacuum of loosened sediment and channels carved by ancient water. The lake, still heavy with volume, finds the weakness and crashes down into the void. The collapse can happen in silence, or with a shudder that only the earth itself hears. And just like that, the lake is gone, absorbed, consumed. In 2014, an even more dramatic version of this event shocked the scientific world. Helicopter crews flying over Yamal Peninsula, northwestern Siberia, spotted an enormous crater in the tundra, perfectly round, steep-sided, and hundreds of feet deep. It looked almost surgical, like something had burst out from within the earth. Locals spoke of a thunderous noise, like an explosion without flame. When investigators reached the site, they found high levels of methane around the rim. The theory emerged that melting permafrost had released trapped gases, methane and carbon dioxide, until the pressure became too great. A violent eruption followed, blasting a plug of earth into the sky and leaving a hollow behind. But others weren't so sure. Some satellite footage suggested the hole had grown too quickly, too smoothly, that the collapse wasn't a single explosion, but a cascading series of sinkings. Others theorized that as the frozen base beneath the surface thawed, deep underwater rivers formed and began draining the lakes from below. Imagine a massive drain pipe opening beneath your feet, slowly pulling an entire cave lions. But along with these frozen relics come bacteria and viruses sealed in ice for thousands of years. In one case, a 30,000-year-old virus was successfully revived in a lab. It didn't infect humans, but it proved the point: dormant pathogens can survive in ice. And as the permafrost continues to soften and collapse, more of these ancient life forms could re-enter a world that has long since moved on. Meanwhile, the carbon and methane released from these sinkholes accelerate climate change, which in turn causes more thawing, more sinkholes, more vanishing lakes. It is a feedback loop so delicate and vast that it almost feels mythic, like a chain reaction written in some old forgotten language of the earth. And then there are the cultural losses. For generations, indigenous communities in the Arctic have relied on the land and its landmarks to hunt, travel, and tell stories. Lakes aren't just water, they're waypoints, memory anchors, places of spiritual significance. One elder in Yakutia told a researcher that the lake his grandfather fished in sank into the underworld. He wasn't being poetic. The lake was there one year and gone the next. The maps were wrong now, the earth had shifted. Perhaps the most surreal aspect of all this is that no one truly knows how many lakes have disappeared. The Arctic is vast, remote, and sparsely monitored. Some of these vanishings go unnoticed for months, even years, until satellite comparisons or field expeditions stumble upon the change. The landscape is rearranging itself in silence, and so the lakes continue to fall, not into fire, not into myth, but into the thawing bones of the planet itself. They vanish into channels once sealed tight by ice, rivers that run beneath the surface like veins under pale skin. They vanish into hollows that no longer hold, into ground that no longer remembers how to be solid, into time itself perhaps. One by one, the waters disappear, leaving behind only silence, and a trembling uncertainty that reminds us nothing in nature is truly fixed, not even the lakes, not even the land, not even the ground beneath our feet. Part 7. The Ghost Net Forests of the Abyss. In the deepest, most forgotten corridors of the sea, where no sunlight has touched for millions of years, there drifts a forest, not of trees or plants, not of anything born naturally from the earth, but of nets, tangled, towering, swaying masses of synthetic rope and nylon webbing, caught on seamounts and ridges far below the surface. Their tendrils stretch across trenches like roots seeking soil, and their outlines resemble the canopies of some twisted underwater jungle. To see one is to glimpse something out of a fever dream, a place where lost human artifacts have come to life, moving, some as large as city buses, some stretching across entire reefs like veils. They don't dissolve, they don't rot, made of synthetic polymers and built to be nearly indestructible. These nets can remain intact for decades or even centuries. They drift silently, hunting long after the hands that cast them are gone. Many of them begin life innocently enough, torn free from trawlers during storms, cut loose in emergencies, or simply dropped overboard and forgotten. But once set adrift, they begin a transformation. They become traps, invisible and eternal. Fish swim into them and cannot escape. Sea turtles, dolphins and whales are ensnared by their unyielding lines. Even sharks have been found wrapped in netting hundreds of feet below the surface, their mouths bound shut, their tails immobile. Some survive for days, most don't. What makes ghost nets so unnerving is not just their persistence, but how they gather, carried by currents and caught on underwater features. They collect around ridges, shipwrecks and seamounts. Over time, these locations become net graveyards, massive tangles of synthetic lines, weighted by bones, dead coral, and rotting flesh. The nets hang like curtains, looped between outcroppings, draped across entire subsea cliffs, and within these structures, strange new ecosystems begin to emerge. In one part of the North Pacific, near the Emperor Seamount chain, a remotely operated vehicle recorded something never before seen. A vertical wall of netting nearly 20 meters tall, suspended between two underwater ridges. It had no origin point, no boat or wreck, just a wall woven by currents and time. Within it were hundreds of dead fish in various stages of decay. Their skeletal remains were still wrapped in the mesh, their bodies tangled like fruit caught in a vine. Crabs scuttled along the nylon fibers, nesting within the rotting hollows. Bioluminescent worms had colonized the structure's shaded side, pulsing gently with blue and green light. It was beautiful and horrifying. Scientists believe that in some of the deepest trenches, places like the Mariana, Kermadec, and Kuril, Kamchatka, ghost nets have begun to collect in mass. The deepest parts of the ocean function like sediment traps, drawing currents and debris into their narrow funnels. This means that over decades, lost nets from all over the world can end up in the same place, slowly accumulating into strange towering formations. These forests aren't static, they sway with the currents, drift slowly and change shape. In some locations, the formations are so dense that they've begun to block access to underwater research sites. One diver described entering one of these net fields as like swimming through a haunted orchard. The ropes stretched in all directions, some brushing his legs, others looping over his head. Dead eyes stared from within the mesh, frozen expressions on fish and mammals long since gone, and the silence. It was too complete. No sound but his own breath, and the faint creak of nets shifting under tension. It felt, he said, like being inside a forgotten thought, like the sea was trying to remember something it couldn't let go of. Ghost nets are not just physical hazards, they are psychological ones too. Sailors have begun to tell stories again, the kinds of stories we once associated with krakens and ghost ships. Nets that wrap around propellers without warning, structures that rise suddenly from the depths and then vanish, sonar readings that resemble moving schools of fish, but shift too slowly. In one incident, a submarine off the coast of Chile reported what it believed to be a migrating swarm of deep-sea organisms. When it surfaced days later, its hull was covered in shredded mesh and dead jellyfish. It had passed through a net forest, and the forest had followed. And yet the scariest thing about ghost nets is that no one truly knows how many exist. By some estimates, over 640,000 tons of fishing gear are lost or abandoned in the ocean every year. A large portion of this is nets, but these are only the ones reported. The truth is likely far worse. In regions with limited regulation or in areas plagued by illegal fishing operations, nets are dumped intentionally to avoid fines or inspections. These nets vanish without a trace. No record, no coordinates, no cleanup. They don't disappear, they descend. The sea is not a landfill. It is a memory vault, and it remembers everything we put into it. Ghost nets tell a story we don't want to hear. A story of our presence, even in places we've never visited. Of plastic footprints in the deepest canyons, of synthetic strands winding through ecosystems that evolved over eons. They are the vines of our age, growing not from soil but from greed, negligence, and silence. Efforts to clean them up are underway. Divers brave enough to enter the net forests use knives, scissors, even underwater flamethrowers, but the scale is immense. For every net removed, more are added, and the forests once formed are nearly impossible to dismantle entirely. They are tangled with life and death alike, rooted in the folds of the seafloor. Perhaps the strangest irony is that the ghost nets, while deadly, have become part of the deep sea now. Their fibers encrusted with life, their shadows providing shelter to creatures who've never seen sunlight. They are poison and habitat, decay and rebirth. A man-made jungle of the abyss, where death feeds life and nothing ever leaves. So they remain, drifting, snaring, collecting, weaving together a silent monument to the things we've lost track of. And far below the waves, the forests grow deeper. Part 8. The unopened hatch of the USS Thresher. The ocean does not forget, it keeps what it is given. And sometimes what it keeps is sealed so tightly, so completely, that it becomes a kind of time capsule, untouched, unread, unrevealed. Deep below the waves off the coast of New England lies the final resting place of the USS Thresher, a nuclear-powered submarine once considered one of the most advanced machines in the American fleet. It vanished on April 10, 1963, during a routine deep-diving test. The entire crew, 129 men, was lost. What followed was silence, and then a search. What they found would haunt naval records for decades. The broken remains of a Leviathan spread across the seafloor in thousands of pieces. But among the wreckage was one thing that remained intact. One thing that to this day has never been opened. A hatch, still sealed, still untouched, still holding whatever final moments it locked inside. The Thresher was a marvel of Cold War engineering. Fast, quiet, and deadly. She was designed to hunt Soviet submarines in the depths of the Atlantic, capable of diving deeper than any sub before her. She carried cutting-edge sonar, high-powered torpedoes, and a nuclear reactor that could take her silently beneath the waves for months. But what she also carried, unbeknownst to many, was a flaw, a small, overlooked weakness in her design, a soldered joint in a pipe, just one among thousands. On that April morning, during a routine dive off the coast of Cape Cod, that tiny flaw may have been what doomed her. Radio communication with the escort ship, the USS Skylark, began to degrade as Thresher Dove. At 9:12 a.m., a garbled message came through, experiencing minor difficulties. Have positive up angle, attempting to blow. The last known words from the crew, then static, and then nothing. What followed was one of the most extensive deep-sea search operations in US Navy history. Using advanced sonar sweeps and remotely operated vehicles, the Navy scoured the ocean floor. Months later, they located the wreck, over 8,000 feet below the surface. The Thresher had imploded. The pressure at that depth is unimaginable, over 3,500 pounds per square inch. The hull would have collapsed inward instantly, the force so sudden that it created a shockwave. Nothing inside could have survived. The ship was torn into 6 major sections and thousands of smaller fragments, scattered across a debris field, spanning over a square mile. But amid the twisted metal and shattered systems, something astonishing was found. One of the hatches, the entrance to a storage compartment near the reactor compartment, was still sealed. The implosion had crushed the outer hull, but this chamber, likely reinforced by bulkheads and pressure-resistant design, had somehow remained intact. It became known among some engineers and historians as the locked room. Its contents, unknown, opening it would require descending over 8,000 feet into one of the most hostile environments on Earth. And even then, the structural integrity of the compartment could be compromised by the attempt. The Navy has made no public moves to retrieve it, in part due to respect for the dead, in part due to the radioactive materials that may still be present in the reactor core, and in part, perhaps, due to the simple truth that what lies inside cannot change what happened. Yet the unopened hatch has captured the imagination of many. Inside could be anything: crew logs, sealed torpedoes, reactor diagnostics, or nothing but salt and memory. But the possibility that something personal remains, photographs, journals, final notes written as the crew realized what was happening, has kept the curiosity alive. What if those men had a moment, however brief, to record what they saw? What if that chamber holds not just equipment, but testimony? Some engineers who studied the implosion patterns believe the compartment's preservation is unlikely to have included atmosphere, that even if it remained sealed, the internal pressure would have equalized catastrophically, that anything inside would be as crushed as the rest. But others aren't so sure. Submarine design is strange. There are redundancies, fail-safes and pressure-resistant nodes built for emergency storage. If the hatch was part of such a node, it might have been spared. And if so, it may still hold the quiet remains of the last few minutes aboard the Thresher. There's also the matter of sound. When the Thresher imploded, underwater microphones designed to detect Soviet activity picked up a low, thunderous burst, then another, then silence. Acoustic experts who studied the event concluded that the sub had likely tried to surface, but its ballast tanks were too slow to react. And as water poured into the engine room through a ruptured pipe, the reactor shut down automatically. No power, no propulsion, no hope. It was a perfect storm of mechanical failure, an experimental submarine descending helplessly past its crushed depth, minute by minute. The hatch has become a symbol, not just of the men lost, but of what the sea hides. There is something uniquely haunting about an unopened door, especially when it lies in complete darkness, beneath miles of water, waiting. No currents reach it, no sunlight, no heat. It is a room of stillness and vacuum time. If the sea had a memory, it would look like that. Silent, unopened, heavy with what cannot be known. Families of the crew still remember. They tell stories. They hold on to photographs of sons, fathers, brothers, men who vanished not into war, but into mystery. The Thresher was supposed to be unsinkable, and in some ways she still is. Her name lives on. Her legacy shaped submarine design for generations. But her story remains unfinished, because somewhere in that compartment, there might be a trace of what happened in the last few moments. Not a black box, not a signal, just a remnant. A hand-scribbled message. A face. A memory sealed in pressure and steel. The ocean took the Thresher, and it kept a piece of her whole. And so the hatch remains, 8,000 feet down, wrapped in silence and steel, untouched by light or hand. A door between what is known and what is left unspoken. It may never be opened. It may collapse one day under its own weight, or be swallowed by sediment. Or it may sit there for 1,000 years, like a message in a bottle the sea refused to break. A reminder that sometimes, the deepest mysteries are not the ones we invent, but the ones we leave behind. Locked, waiting, and listening. Part 9. The Black Silence of the Sigsbee Deep. There is a part of the ocean where silence feels heavier than water, where even the currents seem to hold their breath, and the lightless dark settles like a weight over everything that dares to drift too far down. It is not the deepest point in the world. It is not ringed by myth or named after ancient kings, but it is strange, quiet, and mostly forgotten. A place charted, but not understood. It is known as the Sigsbee Deep, a vast underwater basin at the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico. But sailors who've passed above it call it something else. The black silence, it sits like a bowl, buried beneath thousands of meters of warm surface water. Surrounded by a slow spiral of silt and sediment, the Sigsbee Deep is the deepest part of the Gulf, plunging to over 3,700 meters, nearly 12,000 feet. Unlike the Mariana Trench, whose walls rise sharply like the mouth of a wound, the Sigsbee Deep sprawls. It is wide, featureless, and smooth. A massive, sunken plain of dark mud, stretching farther than the human eye could ever see, even if there were light to guide it. For a long time, the Sigsbee was just a name on a bathymetric chart, one of many shaded depressions carved out during seismic shifts in the Earth's crust. But in recent decades, as deep-sea exploration in the Gulf has increased due to oil drilling, strange reports have started to circulate, whispered between crews, mentioned quietly in research logs, none of them loud enough to reach headlines, but all of them pointing to something uncanny about this place. ROVs, remotely operated vehicles used in exploratory drilling expeditions, have been sent into the deep on dozens of occasions. Most return with nothing but dull, empty footage of sediment plains and the occasional dead fish. But some operators have reported sudden power fluctuations, abrupt loss of signal, not because of pressure failure or collisions, but without warning, as though something had absorbed the transmission. The feeds cut to black, not a flicker, not static, just black. And then, minutes or even hours before, as if the land itself had shifted, or something beneath it had briefly stirred. The Sigsbee Deep is known for another oddity. Its salt. Deep under the sediment lies a thick layer of ancient salt deposits, remnants of an ocean that dried and refilled millions of years ago. These salt layers have shaped the geology of the Gulf, pushing upward over millennia to form domes and ridges now buried beneath the sea. Some of these domes are hollow, some leak brine so dense that it forms underwater lakes, pools within the sea that shimmer like mercury. These brine pools are inhospitable to most life. Fish that enter them die. Crabs that fall in are pickled and preserved, their bodies held in limbo. Scientists call them cold seeps, but to the divers who've seen them, they look like traps. And many of these brine pools, curiously, cluster near the edges of the Sigsbee Deep, as if something about the basin itself draws the salt or holds it. Some research vessels have reported a strange pressure anomaly in the area. Instruments detect a mass beneath the basin that doesn't match the known density of rock or water. It's not seismic activity, it's not oil or gas, it's something dense, massive, and unmoving. A presence without a name, one that doesn't echo, one that absorbs. But perhaps the most unnerving story comes not from science, but from the early days of submarine warfare. During World War II, a German U-boat was recorded traveling deep into the Gulf of Mexico. Its logs were captured after the war. Nearing what we now know to be the Sigsbee Deep, the captain wrote of strange turbulence, not on the surface but below, a sense that the seafloor was soft beneath them, as though the ocean itself were thinner in that place. They dove deeper to avoid detection. Then, without explanation, the sub surfaced. The logs stop abruptly, no reason given. No damage reported, just a sudden, immediate ascent. After the war, the crew would not speak of it. And yet, perhaps strangest of all is how little attention the Sigsbee receives. In a time where every square mile of ocean is being mapped, mined, or explored, the deep remains oddly blank. Its exact contours are inconsistent across different surveys. Some maps show it wider, others narrower. Its depth fluctuates between reports, sometimes by as much as 200 feet. Not because of tides or seasonal changes, but because no two scans seem to agree on what's truly there. There are places in the world where mystery is expected: Bermuda, the Antarctic, the vast Pacific trenches, but the Gulf of Mexico feels known, bordered by civilization, studied, surveyed, and that makes the Sigsbee Deep even more unsettling, because it hides in plain sight. It waits beneath a sea of activity, fishing boats, oil rigs, cruise liners, and yet its silence is total, its stillness is complete. If you drift above it at night, there is no sign that the water beneath you drops into a shadowed basin the size of a mountain range. No indication that the world suddenly ends 12,000 feet below. But some sailors claim you can feel it. A sudden stillness, a change in the pitch of the hull, a sound that vanishes before it can echo, a silence so heavy it presses against the skin. There is no legend of the Sigsbee Deep, no monsters, no sunken cities, no lost ships that make headlines. But that might be why it unnerves those who know of it. Because the strangest thing about the Sigsbee Deep is how little it demands your attention. It does not call, it does not roar. It just waits. A black silence pressed into the earth, and for now that silence remains unbroken. Part 10. The Oracles of the Sea, Whale Falls and the Ecosystems. They awaken. There is a kind of death that becomes a birthplace, not in metaphor, but in the deepest, most literal sense. When a whale dies and its body sinks to the bottom of the ocean, it begins a journey that few have witnessed. An unraveling, not just of the whale's massive form, but of time, of energy, and of life itself. This event is known as a whale fall, and while it begins with silence, what follows is something close to sacred, the spontaneous creation of an entire ecosystem, born from decay, lit not by sunlight, but by chemical memory. A cathedral built from bones and flesh, inhabited by species that exist nowhere else on Earth. A blue whale can weigh over 150,000 kilograms. When one dies at sea, the body first floats, bloated with gases, riding the surface like a silent island. Seabirds may come, circling overhead, pecking at its flesh. Sharks follow the scent of blood and fat and death. But eventually, the pressure wins. The gases release, and the whale sinks. The descent can take hours, sometimes days. The body turns slowly as it falls, as if reluctant to let go of the light. But the deeper it travels, the quieter the world becomes. The blue fades to black, the temperature drops, the pressure increases. And then finally, the whale reaches the seafloor, where the world changes. The ocean floor is mostly barren. In many regions, it is a desert of fine silt, broken only by slow-moving scavengers and drifting snow. Life exists there, but sparingly. Resources are limited. Light never reaches. Energy comes not from the sky, but from what falls into it from above. And no single event delivers more energy to the deep than the fall of a whale. When a whale carcass lands, the scavengers arrive first. Hagfish, sleeper sharks, crabs, eels. They strip the skin, tear the muscle, gorge themselves on the fat-rich tissue. This phase, called the mobile scavenger stage, can last for months. The bones remain. The soft tissue dissolves into sediment, but the process has only just begun. Next comes the enrichment opportunist stage. Worms, clams, and amphipods move in, burrowing into the sediment, now saturated with oils and lipids. They feed on the residues, the decomposing remains, and the microbial bloom that has exploded across the area. These creatures multiply rapidly, covering the bones and surrounding seafloor in swarms. The whale's body has become a planet of its own, its geography defined by the ribcage, its atmosphere made of rot and methane. But the most extraordinary phase is the final one, the sulfur-philic stage. As the whale's bones break down, they release oils rich in sulfur compounds. Bacteria that feed on these compounds begin to thrive, and as these bacteria flourish, they become the foundation of an entirely new food chain, one powered not by photosynthesis, but by chemosynthesis. Around these bacterial colonies, specialized organisms begin to appear. Giant tube worms, clams with symbiotic bacteria in their gills, snails with iron shells, species that exist nowhere else on Earth, drawn from the abyss by the chemistry of death. In one whale fall discovered off the coast of California, researchers found over 200 species clustered around the skeleton, many of them entirely unknown to science. Some had evolved specifically to live on whale bones. Others had never been seen in any other habitat. It was as if the whale's death had torn a hole in the world, and something new had spilled through. And these ecosystems do not fade quickly. A single whale fall can support life for over a century. The bones, soaked in oil, release nutrients slowly, like a candle burning in reverse. Over time, the site becomes part of the seabed. The bones collapse, the sediment shifts, but traces remain. Even after 100 years, chemical signatures in the soil reveal that something monumental once died there, something sacred, in its own way. There is poetry in the symmetry. The largest animal on Earth, returning to the smallest, a creature that once shaped entire currents with its migrations now nourishing blind worms and bacteria beneath the weight of 1,000 atmospheres. Death at the surface is final, but in the deep, it is transformation. But perhaps what makes whale falls so haunting is not just the life they give, but the suggestion of how rare they are. The deep sea is vast. The chance of a whale sinking in just the right place, at the right time, to support such a fragile sequence of life, is vanishingly small. Some scientists estimate that only a few dozen active whale falls exist at any given moment across the entire ocean floor. They are temporary worlds, born in silence, known only to those who stumble upon them, and yet their influence is disproportionate. Entire genera of deep-sea life may have evolved to specialize in whale falls. Some of these species cannot survive anywhere else. The fall of a whale is not just an ecological event, it is a cosmic one, a rebirth, a flare of abundance in a world defined by scarcity, a secret pulse in the heart of the abyss. One researcher, after descending to observe a whale fall in the Pacific, described the experience as standing at the altar of the sea. The bones, he said, glowed with the pale sheen of bacterial colonies. The water was utterly still, no light but the submersible's beams, and in that silence, life moved, slowly, deliberately. Around a cathedral of ribs, there is no memorial for these whales, no gravestones, no mourners, but their bodies, surrendered to the deep, become stories written in biology, bones that whisper of abundance in the dark, death that becomes geography. And long after the flesh is gone, after the oil has faded, after the worms and clams and bacteria have moved on, the deep remembers. The sediment bears the chemical scars. The surrounding ecosystem remains richer, denser, more alive, for centuries, perhaps longer. In the mythology of the surface, death is an ending, a closing of the page, but in the ocean, it is a current, a transfer, a light extinguished above so that 1,000 flickers might burn in the dark below. The whale does not fall in vain. It falls and the ocean blooms, quietly, completely, without witness, but never without purpose. Part 11. The sound that shouldn't exist. The upsweep, in the most remote corners of the Pacific Ocean, far from the shipping lanes and oil platforms, past the reef systems and the volcanic arcs, there drifts a sound. It rises and falls in long, sweeping arcs, repeating, constant, soft, but vast. It has no known origin, no visible cause, and though it has been heard for over 3 decades, it has never been explained. This sound is known to scientists by a simple name, the upsweep. It was first detected in 1991 by a network of underwater microphones known as the Pacific Marine Environmental Laboratory's Hydrophone Array, an acoustic surveillance system originally developed by the US Navy during the Cold War. These hydrophones were designed to detect Soviet submarines. Instead, they recorded something else, a strange rhythmic frequency modulating sound that spanned thousands of kilometers across the ocean. It wasn't mechanical, it wasn't volcanic, it was something entirely new. A long upward sweeping tone, repeated over and over again at regular intervals, mostly concentrated in the Pacific near the equator. The upsweep begins with a low frequency hum that climbs, slowly and steadily, up the acoustic scale. It lasts only a few seconds, then it stops. Minutes or hours later, it returns, identical in form. It has no consistent source location. Its volume seems to rise and fall with the seasons. It is louder in spring and autumn, quieter in summer and winter, but it has never stopped. In over 30 years, the upsweep has continued, migrating slowly across the ocean, yet always following the same repeating pattern. Scientists have proposed theories. The most common explanation is that it may be linked to volcanic activity, perhaps the sound of hydrothermal vents cycling or submarine magma shifting beneath the crust. But no known volcanic region corresponds directly to the upsweep's acoustic signature. The sound is too regular, too steady. Volcanic events are chaotic, fragmented. The upsweep is neither. It is structured. It is intentional. If nature is making it, then nature is doing so with eerie precision. Other theories are more speculative. Some have proposed that the upsweep might be related to the movement of tectonic plates, the grinding of continental shelves, but again, the rhythm is off. Tectonic activity does not hum in regular cycles. It grinds, fractures, bursts. The upsweep is calm, focused, like something testing a boundary. There are those who believe it is biological, perhaps an unknown species, massive and deep-dwelling, communicating in ways we do not yet understand. The idea is not as far-fetched as it seems. In the last 20 years, new marine species have been discovered that produce vocalizations never before recorded. The colossal squid, long thought to be mute, may in fact emit ultra-low frequency sounds. And baleen whales, known for their haunting songs, have been observed making rhythmic pulses that bear a distant resemblance to the upsweep. But the scale here is different. The upsweep can be heard across entire ocean basins. No known animal has that kind of reach, not even the blue whale. And then there's the unsettling truth. We have never found a source. Hydrophones placed closer to the perceived epicenter record the sound more clearly, but never directly. It is as if the sound is refracted through layers of pressure and salinity. Some experts believe the upsweep might not have a single source at all, that it is an echo, a resonance within the ocean itself, set off by an unknown trigger decades ago, now perpetuated by forces we don't fully comprehend. A feedback loop of the sea's own making, a whisper bouncing endlessly inside a cathedral of pressure and cold. The upsweep is not alone. The ocean is full of strange, unclassified sounds. The bloop, the Julia, the slowdown, each with its own pattern, origin point, and mystery. But the upsweep is different. The bloop occurred only once. Julia was fleeting, but the upsweep has endurance. It has memory. It is still with us, quietly pulsing beneath our ships, beneath the whales, beneath the storms. Some who study it have begun to ask deeper questions, not about what causes it, but why it has not changed. In a world where ice caps melt and sea levels rise, where noise pollution from sonar and shipping traffic fills the oceans with chaos, the upsweep has remained steady. It adapts to nothing. It is not drowned out. It does not fade. What kind of phenomenon, natural or not, remains untouched for over 30 years in one of the most dynamic environments on Earth? Some researchers speak of it almost with reverence now. The upsweep is not loud. It does not demand attention, but it is always there, like the slow ticking of a distant clock, a metronome in the dark. And for all our submarines, satellites and robotic probes, we still do not know what it is. We know what it's not. It is not a ship engine. It is not a whale call. It is not a known volcanic tremor, nor the shifting of plates. It is not the byproduct of cables or machinery. And yet, it exists. It has been recorded by scientists in Canada, in Chile, in Japan. It has been triangulated, tracked, and observed, but never explained. It seems to pulse from the deep, somewhere near the region of the East Pacific Rise. But there too is only silence and lava and dark. There's a term in physics called a standing wave. It refers to a vibration that stays in one place, never traveling, locked in resonance. Some now believe the upsweep may be something like that. A standing wave of sound, formed by a unique combination of geography, pressure, temperature, and salinity. An acoustic ghost repeating the shape of some ancient event. Others go further. They suggest it could be the last echo of something massive, a collapse, a rupture, a failure of planetary structure, still reverberating in the dark. The idea that the ocean could remember in this way is not poetic, it is scientific. Sound travels faster and farther in water than in air. Low-frequency waves can echo across entire oceans, bouncing off thermal layers and continental shelves. Some sounds take hours to cross a basin, others take days. The sea is not quiet. It is a chamber of echoes, murmurs and secrets. And somewhere in that chamber, the upsweep continues. You won't hear it from the surface. You won't feel it in the waves. But if you were to dive down past the thermocline, past the layer where light dies, into the mid-water twilight zone, if you stopped all engines and listened, you might hear it. A slow rising pulse. Faint, distant, but persistent, as if the ocean itself were breathing, as if something beneath it were waiting. There is no conclusion, no final chapter. The upsweep has not stopped. It may never stop. It is a question written in sound, echoing through the bones of the earth. It does not beg to be solved, only noticed. And as we send more machines into the sea, as we lay more cables and extract more fuel, we must remember that some things already live down there, not just creatures, but rhythms, patterns, echoes of events we cannot name. The upsweep is not loud, but it is there, always there. Part 12. The silent cities beneath the sand, the vanished harbors of the Sahara Sea. Deep beneath the arid sands of the Sahara Desert lies a memory, one not made of dust, but of water. Not a trickle, not a mirage, but a sea. A true inland ocean, once vast enough to shape continents and spawn civilizations along its hidden shores. Today, there is no sign of it. No waves, no harbors, only heat and silence. But under the dunes, buried beneath layers of parched sediment and fossilized time, lie the remnants of cities, drowned, dried, and forgotten. Some say they were ports, others say they were something stranger. outposts of a world that once thrived along the edge of a vanished sea. This phantom ocean is known by many names. Some call it the Paleo-Sahara Sea. Others refer to it as the Mega Lake Chad or the Sahara Aquaplain. Whatever name is used, the evidence is compelling. Satellite imaging has revealed the outline of an ancient shoreline stretching across what is now southern Libya, Niger, and northern Chad. Its contours smooth and unmistakably aquatic. Beneath the sands, massive fossil riverbeds snake across the desert like dried veins. These aren't mere wadis formed by seasonal rain. They are the scars of flowing water wide enough to rival the Amazon. And where there was water, there was life. Buried within the sediment are the remains of freshwater fish species long extinct in the region, bones of crocodiles and hippos, shells of mollusks that could never have survived in arid heat. But more than animals, there are signs of structure, rectangular foundations, laid out with geometric precision, roads carved into bedrock, stone walls that once stood between civilization and the sea. The signs are too organized to be natural, and too isolated to be recent. Some researchers believe these are the ruins of ports, harbor cities that lined the edge of the Lost Sea over 7,000 years ago. If true, it would mean that the Sahara once held not just life, but culture, trade, architecture, and maritime navigation. Imagine it, sailboats drifting across an inland ocean, their shadows gliding over waters that now sit frozen in ancient aquifers, thousands of feet beneath the sun-baked crust. Entire communities reliant not on camels and caravans, but on wind, wave, and wooden hulls. How did it all disappear? The process began slowly, invisibly, with the Earth's axis and the cycles of the sun. Around 10,000 years ago, a phenomenon called the African Humid Period transformed the Sahara into a lush landscape of green savannas, rivers, and lakes. Rain fell regularly, grasslands stretched where now there is sand. But this balance was temporary. As Earth's orbital tilt shifted, the monsoon patterns changed. The rains retreated southward. The green Sahara began to die. The transformation did not happen overnight. For centuries, perhaps millennia, the sea shrank. Lakes broke into lagoons. Rivers turned into trickles. Islands became hills. The people who lived there, fishermen, farmers, traders, would have watched as the waterline moved farther and farther away. Wells dried. Boats were abandoned, the shoreline crumbled. Eventually, the sand moved in, burying the cities, flattening the ports, silencing the waves, and the memory of the sea faded with them. But not completely. Local oral traditions, especially among the Tuareg and Tubu nomads, speak of sunken villages, of great water beasts long gone, of invisible rivers that still run below the dunes. Some elders speak of white stones that once lined the coast, and black waters that swallowed the sky. For centuries, these were dismissed as poetic metaphors. Now, satellite radar and deep ground surveys suggest they may have been literal descriptions of places now buried and blind. In 2010, a research expedition using ground-penetrating radar near the Libyan border discovered a symmetrical layout of stone blocks beneath 20 feet of sand. The formation matched no known Roman or Islamic settlement. There were no signs of desert-adapted architecture, no thick walls for insulation, no defensive towers for raiders. What it resembled, eerily, was a marina, a semicircular plaza with branching arms, aligned in a way that suggested water access. But water had not touched that land for 5,000 years. Other finds have included stone anchors, carved from limestone. They bear grooves for ropes and show signs of prolonged submersion, their surfaces pitted by millennia of underwater erosion. Found in areas that are now hundreds of miles from any standing water, they hint at a forgotten age of boats and crossings, of journeys made not on sand, but sea. What happened to the people who lived on these shores? Some likely followed the water as it withdrew, migrating south to the Sahel and beyond. Others may have perished when drought became famine, but many seem to have stayed, adapting as long as they could. Rock art in the central Sahara shows boats, canoe-like vessels carved in detail, alongside giraffes, elephants, and cattle. These depictions are not symbolic, they are literal memories, preserved in stone. But the desert is not kind to memory. Over time, the wind filled in the traces. The cities became ridges. The ports became plateaus. The sea became myth. Yet the water is still there, in a way. Trapped deep beneath the sand lies the Nubian sandstone aquifer, one of the largest underground freshwater reserves on Earth. It holds the echoes of the lost sea in silence. Water older than civilization. Water once stirred by the wakes of boats that sailed across what is now unbroken emptiness. And beneath the surface, the ruins still wait. They cannot be excavated easily. Political instability, shifting sands, and the immense cost of subterranean archaeology have stalled any large-scale exploration. But the evidence grows. Every year, new radar scans add to the mosaic. More patterns, more shapes, more shadows of cities no one remembers. It is possible that we will never see these places with our own eyes, that the ports will remain entombed, the sea forever unreturned. But they are real, and their silence speaks. They remind us that deserts were once oceans, that what seems eternal is often temporary, that beneath our feet, the past sleeps lightly, and maybe one day, when the sands shift again, the cities will rise, the harbors will breathe, and the Sahara will remember the sea it once held close. Part 13. The Iron Mountain that bleeds. The anomaly of the Red Sea brine pools. Far below the surface of the Red Sea, beyond the reach of sunlight and human instinct, there is a place where the ocean appears to bleed. It is not illusion. It is not myth. It is science wrapped in darkness, pulsing in silence, hidden beneath waters so saline and dense that they defy the natural flow of the sea. This place is called the Atlantis de Segan Deep, one of several hypersaline brine pools that lie at the bottom of the Red Sea. But what sets this one apart, what makes it feel so utterly other, is the massive rust-colored mineral formation at its center. A buried iron mountain, glowing in sonar like a wound in the earth, bleeding iron and heat into waters that should be lifeless, and yet they are not. The brine pools of the Red Sea were discovered in the 1960s during seismic surveys. Scientists noticed strange acoustic shadows, areas where the ocean floor seemed to vanish, absorbed into something denser than rock or water. When samples were finally retrieved, they found salt concentrations over 10 times higher than normal seawater, along with elevated temperatures and high levels of metals, zinc, copper, and above all, iron. But more than that, they found the impossible life. In the most hostile liquid environment on Earth, the Atlantis de Segan Deep lies over 2 kilometers beneath the surface, near the Median Rift Valley, where the Arabian and African tectonic plates slowly drift apart. This rift tears open the seabed, exposing magma and raw earth to the ocean above. And from this geological gash seeps a molten chemistry that no surface creature could survive. Brine that scalds, suffocates, and poisons. The water here is anoxic. There is no oxygen. Temperatures hover around 60 degrees Celsius. Pressures exceed 200 times that of the atmosphere. And yet within these strange pools, microbial colonies thrive. What's stranger is what those microbes live on. At the center of the Atlantis de Segan Deep is a formation scientists call the Iron-Rich Mound, a seafloor plateau, coated in rust-red sediment and veined with mineral flows. It's not volcanic rock, it's metal, iron sulfides, iron oxides, iron hydroxides. In short, the mountain is bleeding rust, and something in that rust is feeding the dark. When remotely operated vehicles first approached the mound, the water shifted in consistency. Clear visuals became cloudy. The ROVs were moving not through water, but through a chemical soup. Within minutes, sensors began to fail, camera feeds dimmed, mechanical arms stalled. One submersible had to be manually retrieved after becoming sluggish, its joints corroded faster than expected. The brine had eaten through titanium seals in a matter of hours. But within those corrupted recordings, scientists found images of writhing bacterial mats, blood red, clinging to the iron-like skin. These microbes are unlike anything found on land. They metabolize metal, they breathe sulfur, they replicate in temperatures that kill viruses, and they do it without photosynthesis. Here in a world without light, life runs on geology. The entire pool seems to be alive in slow motion. Sediment clouds rise without being stirred. Iron flakes drift sideways, guided by currents that should not exist. There is movement but not direction, reaction but not life as we know it. The brine itself is so dense that it behaves like oil, layered, slow, undisturbed by the sea above. If you dropped a rock into it, it would sink with theatrical reluctance, as if falling through molasses. Once within, nothing escapes. The boundary between ocean and brine is called a halocline, a chemical membrane so distinct it appears as a rippling lens. a visual distortion between two realities. Passing through it is like stepping into a dream or a fever, but perhaps the most unnerving discovery came in the form of structures. Within the deepest regions of the mound, sonar detected unexpected formations, towers, arches, and ridges too symmetrical to be random. Some are natural mineral chimneys, created by superheated brine forcing its way through metal-rich sediment, but others are different, angular, aligned. Some rise in pairs, some form circles. At first they were thought to be artifacts of faulty sonar, but repeat scans confirmed them. No one knows what made them. They are not coral, they are not lava, they are not man-made, and they have no clear biological function. They are just there. Some scientists speculate that the intense mineral content of the area may foster spontaneous crystalline growth, leading to structured formations over thousands of years. Others aren't so sure. The iron mound bleeds into its surroundings with ritual consistency, channels of rust feeding the brine, guiding it along invisible paths. In some locations the patterns resemble vascular systems, like the deep itself is trying to grow or breathe. Beyond biology, the area has also yielded something else. Traces of ancient sediment layers, rich in organic carbon, dating back tens of thousands of years. Some geologists believe the Atlantis-Tesegan Deep was once part of a larger hydrothermal field, active for over 100,000 years. During that time, it may have served as a laboratory for the earliest forms of extremophile life on Earth, perhaps even the crucible of the first cells that learned to live without the sun. If true, this would make the Red Sea's brine pools not just exotic, but ancestral. The memory of life's birth, written in iron. And yet, despite decades of research, the deep remains mostly untouched. Few expeditions go there. The equipment corrodes too fast, the pressure crushes what survives, and the brine is simply too hostile for long-term observation. What we know comes from fragments, shaky footage, failed missions, half-dissolved samples. There are whispers of deeper pools, beyond even the Atlantis-Tesegan, darker, hotter, hidden behind unstable ridges where no sonar returns clean data. Places where the rust no longer bleeds, but pulses, like a heart. There is no map for such a place, only glimpses, and so the Red Sea keeps its secrets. Beneath the sapphire surface where tourists swim and cargo ships pass, this ancient iron wound seeps unseen. A bleeding mountain in a pool of poison, feeding colonies that shouldn't exist, forming shapes that make no sense. Speaking perhaps in chemistry older than language, we think of the ocean as blue. But in this place, the sea is red, not in color, but in truth. And still it bleeds, quietly, relentlessly. Beneath the silence. Part 14. The ship beneath the ice. Lake Vostok's secret object. Buried more than 2 miles beneath the frozen crust of Antarctica, lies a lake. It has never felt wind, never seen light. It has been sealed for over 15 million years beneath the thickest sheet of ice on Earth, hidden from everything we know about surface life, climate, and time. Its name is Lake Vostok, and for decades it was considered a frozen curiosity, a subglacial anomaly too remote, too inaccessible to pose real questions. That changed in 2012, when a Russian drilling expedition finally breached the lake's surface, and strange data began to emerge. Among the expected findings, exotic microbes, mineral-laden water, there was one signal that didn't belong. A sonar shadow, stationary, geometric, massive, resting at the lake's bottom, and unmistakably artificial in shape. To understand how this was even possible, we must first understand Lake Vostok itself. Roughly the size of Lake Ontario, it stretches 250 kilometers beneath Antarctica's icy surface and remains entirely liquid due to geothermal heat rising from below. The pressure from the overlying ice prevents it from freezing, and the weight seals it from any interaction with the atmosphere. It is, quite literally, a planet within a planet, an ancient pitch-black water world trapped in isolation since the Miocene epoch. Its ecosystem, if it has one, evolved along a path so alien that it may hold no connection to anything currently alive on Earth's surface. For years, scientists approached it cautiously. The worry wasn't just contamination of the pristine water, it was fear of what might be unleashed. But in 2012, after over a decade of incremental progress, Russian scientists from the Vostok station finally penetrated the last layers of ice and reached the lake's outermost boundary. What they found, or what they hinted at, has remained a source of quiet controversy ever since. Initial samples of the water pulled from the borehole showed chemical anomalies, bacterial DNA that didn't match known phyla, complex hydrocarbons, and most puzzling of all, small metallic particulates that appeared machined. These particles weren't fragments of drilling equipment. They were structured, with uniform grooves and microscopic holes. Some looked like tiny coils, others like pins or casings. Lab analysis back in St. Petersburg suggested they might be remnants of an alloyed object, something exposed to extreme pressure and heat, but not natural formation. Then came the sonar readings. As part of the lake mapping effort, a seismic team deployed ice-penetrating radar and ground-based acoustic imaging to scan the lakebed for geological features. One set of readings returned something odd: a sharply angled formation, approximately 105 meters long and 25 meters wide, with symmetrical ridges and a tapered bow-like structure. It wasn't rock, it wasn't sediment, it was sitting on the sediment. The reflection pattern was consistent with hollow chambers, long tubular voids aligned in parallel. To the untrained eye, it resembled a submarine. Russian officials downplayed the finding, suggesting it was a trick of ice layers, an echo, or simply instrument error. But the raw data was briefly leaked by a dissident researcher who posted comparative sonar overlays online, one showing the anomalous object, and one showing the sonar signature of a World War II's-era German U-boat. The resemblance was not perfect, but it was unnerving. The theory that emerged was bizarre, but it wouldn't go away. Could it be possible, some asked, that humans had reached this place before, that beneath Antarctica's modern ice cap lay the remnants of an earlier expedition, lost, buried, preserved? Some pointed to Nazi Germany's known obsession with Antarctica, including Operation High Jump, a 1946 US Navy mission involving 13 ships and over 4,000 personnel deployed to the southern pole under the guise of cold weather training. Declassified documents revealed a secondary motive: reconnaissance. Rumors swirled of hidden bases, lost technology, and post-war disappearances. Most historians dismiss this as Cold War paranoia, but for those obsessed with Lake Vostok's anomaly, the connection was too tempting to ignore. Others have suggested an even older origin. The object, they argue, may not be man-made at all. It may predate our civilization entirely. Proponents of this idea point to other subglacial finds, mysterious magnetic anomalies, deep core fossils of unknown origin, and strange alignments between the object's orientation and local geomagnetic declination. Could it be, they ask, that something once existed here before Antarctica froze? That the object was placed, deliberately, at the bottom of this ancient lake when the continent was still green and habitable? Mainstream scientists reject these ideas outright, but none have offered a concrete explanation for the sonar shadow, and no second expedition has been publicly mounted to investigate it. The official reason: contamination risk. The breach in 2012, though brief, was controversial. Microbes from the surface may have entered the lake. Funding was cut. Political tensions rose. The lake was resealed, but the object remains. Independent researchers have continued analyzing satellite data from the region. One such analyst, a geophysicist from Italy, noted that the gravitational readings above Lake Vostok show an abnormal positive mass anomaly, a surplus of density beneath the ice, consistent with a concentrated metal structure. Another report from a French glaciologist studying the lake's thermal profile found unexplained heat signatures along the lakebed's southern shelf. These readings have never been explained, and they correlate precisely with the coordinates of the object. And so the questions multiply. If something does rest at the bottom of Lake Vostok, be it man-made or otherwise, what purpose could it serve? Was it a vessel, a station, a burial? Could it have landed there, or did the ice rise up to swallow it? And perhaps more hauntingly, is it still active? This final question, absurd though it may sound, is not entirely fantasy. In 2014, automated seismic monitors at Vostok Station recorded a low-frequency vibration emanating from beneath the ice shelf. It lasted 6 minutes. It pulsed in waves. The source was triangulated to just above the anomaly site. It has not occurred again. Nothing more has been released. The lake remains closed. The object remains buried, and beneath 2 miles of solid ice, beneath a lake no human has ever seen, something sleeps in the dark. Its shape is clear. Its origin is not. Whatever it is, it waits. In the cold, in the silence, in the deepest place on Earth that no one was meant to reach. Part 15. The lights that wait beneath. The bioluminescent abyss of the Java Trench. There are depths in the ocean where no starlight has ever reached, where pressure crushes most machines and silence is so complete, it feels like a form of gravity. These zones are not just dark, they are alien. Yet in one of the deepest places on Earth, something glows. Not occasionally, not faintly, but persistently. A bloom of light, deep within the Java Trench, has been detected more than once, each time in total contradiction to what should be possible. It is not the flicker of a single creature. It is not the aftershock of volcanic activity. It is something more expansive, a field, a radiance, a signal without a source. The Java Trench, also known as the Sunda Trench, is the deepest part of the Indian Ocean. It runs along the coasts of Sumatra and Java, descending over 7,000 meters into crushing blackness. This is a place sculpted by the violent convergence of tectonic plates. Earthquakes here are among the most powerful ever recorded. Tsunamis have emerged from its heart, racing across oceans with the force of cities. It is not a place of subtlety, it is a place of rupture. In 2019, a Chinese deep-sea probe named Fenduji was performing a series of high-pressure endurance tests at depths exceeding 6,000 meters near the trench's central axis. While descending through the Hadal Zone, named for Hades, the Greek underworld, the probe's light sensors registered something unexpected. Not a single spark, not a bioluminescent animal drifting past, but a sustained ambient glow that covered the sensor's field of view. It lasted 48 seconds. The light came from below. Initially dismissed as equipment malfunction, the incident was not made public. It was filed under anomalous data and shelved, but when the probe was deployed again weeks later, in a different part of the trench nearly 80 kilometers to the southwest, the same glow returned again, rising from beneath, again sustained, again inexplicable. This time the visual sensors captured it, a slow pulse of blue-green light, faint but steady, blanketing the silty trench floor in a radius of at least several hundred meters. No known natural process at that depth should create a glow of such scale. There is no sunlight, no volcanic vent in the immediate vicinity, no gas release. The water column above was clear, and the light had a temperature measured spectrally at approximately 470 nanometers, the classic signature of bioluminescence. But the question was whose? Bioluminescence is not rare in the ocean. In fact, most deep-sea creatures are capable of producing light. They do it to hunt, to mate, to scare, to confuse. Some emit brief flashes, others shimmer with slowly cycling pulses. Some mimic the starlight above, to hide from predators lurking below. But what makes the Java Trench glow so strange is its uniformity. This was not a single animal, it was not a swarm, it was a canvas, and it seemed to move. The Fenduji team enhanced the video footage. When filtered for particle drift and refraction interference, the light did not simply shine, it flowed, not like a current, but like breath. It dimmed and brightened in an almost sinusoidal rhythm, not perfectly timed, but not random either. It was too slow to be a flicker, too broad to be a photophore. It looked like a field of microbial light, responding to an unseen stimulus, as if something enormous had passed through and stirred a luminous response. Further study brought new hypotheses. One group suggested that bacteria colonies embedded in deep sediment layers might, under unknown environmental triggers, emit phosphorescent reactions, perhaps in response to seismic tremors or hydrothermal changes. But core samples taken in the following months found nothing conclusive. No known bacteria in those layers possessed the genes for sustained bioluminescence, and none could survive in the chemical cocktail present at the trench's floor. High sulfur, high pressure, low temperature gradients, and near zero oxygen. So where then was the light coming from? An independent research team from Indonesia published a short peer-reviewed paper in 2021 proposing a more radical idea that the glow could be produced not by organisms, but by the remnants of a previously unknown ecosystem, biological or otherwise, triggered into activity by tectonic movement. They argued that the trench might host isolated biological zones, separated by ridges and unstable faults, each evolving in different directions over millennia. Under this theory, the The light was not random, but reactive, evidence of a deeper system, communication. It's a word that brings discomfort when used to describe light from an unknown source, but it fits what the sensors recorded, light that moved in response. On the third dive into the glow zone, Fenduji emitted a low-frequency acoustic ping designed to map trench walls. The glow changed. It darkened briefly, then returned, pulsing 3 times in sequence. Afterward, it faded entirely and did not return. To this day, no further light events have been recorded in the same location. Attempts to repeat the sonar pulse failed to reproduce the effect. The trench fell silent again. Skeptics argue that this could be coincidence, a phenomenon triggered by chemical release or sediment shift. But that does not explain the shape, the rhythm, or the size. Nor does it explain the strange thermal reading recorded during the pulse, a narrow horizontal band of warmth, just 2 meters above the sediment, spanning over 300 meters. It was only a few degrees above the ambient water temperature, but it was unnatural in form. A shelf of heat, hovering just above the source of the light. The trench has many names among local sailors and fishermen. In Old Javanese, one of them translates to the breath of the sea that never surfaces. Another, older still, simply means the place where the water remembers. To this day, expeditions continue, but funding is inconsistent, and the risks are high. Few nations have the technology, or the will, to explore trenches at these depths, and the glow, whatever it was, has not returned. Yet those who witnessed it speak of it with a kind of awe and unease. Light, they say, is not supposed to come from below. It is not supposed to rise from a place where time moves slowly, where matter compresses under the weight of water and gravity, where life forgets what light even is. But it did, once. Maybe the glow was a signal, maybe it was a warning, or maybe it was the death throe of something older than our world, something vanishing in the pressure of the trench that once shone, if only briefly, so that anyone might see. And for a few minutes, in a trench blacker than space, someone did. Part 16. The Graveyard That Moves. The Wandering Wrecks of the Weddell Sea. In the southernmost reaches of the Atlantic Ocean, cradled between the frozen arms of the Antarctic Peninsula and the vast indifferent continent of ice, there is a sea that has no true map. Its borders shift. Its depths are often hidden by floating shelves of ancient ice. Its currents are slow but heavy, dragging beneath them layers of water as old as civilizations. This is the Weddell Sea, a place few ships have dared to enter, and fewer still have left without scars. For over a century, it has been known as a graveyard of vessels. But in recent years, that graveyard has begun to move. The Weddell Sea is both beautiful and brutal. Its surface glitters with fractured light, reflecting the sharp, metallic sky of Antarctica. But beneath, the ocean is dense and dark. The cold is absolute. Ice doesn't just float, it hunts. Gigantic tabular icebergs drift with deceptive silence, their undersides stretching hundreds of feet deep. Beneath them, labyrinthine tunnels form in the glacial mass, sometimes echoing with the groans of shifting pressure, the creaking of ancient weight. It is within these tunnels that things vanish. The most famous wreck in the Weddell is the Endurance, the ship of Sir Ernest Shackleton, which sank in 1915 after being trapped in the crushing sea ice for months. When it finally yielded to the pressure, it slipped beneath the surface and disappeared. For decades, its location was unknown, its legend growing in absence. Then, in 2022, a team using advanced submersibles located the Endurance perfectly preserved, 3,008 meters below the ice, her hull intact, her name still visible on the stern, as if she had simply waited. But the Endurance is only the beginning. When the wreck was mapped, something strange emerged. Less than 2 nautical miles from her resting place was the partial outline of another hull, older, more damaged, half buried in silt. At first, it was thought to be debris, but upon closer inspection, it was clear this was a separate wreck, never recorded in any manifest or log. Its beams were iron, not timber. Estimated date of construction, early 1800s. A ship that should not have been there. No British, American, or French vessel was officially lost in that section of the Weddell during that period. And yet, there it was. And it was not alone. Over the next 18 months, expeditions discovered 5 more wrecks, scattered in a crescent pattern beneath the ice. Some were modern trawlers from the 1980s, small research ships that had vanished without signal. Others were ancient, wooden hulls warped by time but still intact. All were clustered in a region previously thought to be too deep and too cold for accurate acoustic mapping. But the strangest detail was not their condition, it was their alignment. The ships were arranged, whether by current or by something else, in a spiral formation, not perfect, not deliberate, but unmistakably turning inward, each resting closer to the center of a slow-moving vortex of brine and pressure. Sonar scans revealed that beneath this spiral lies a geological depression, a sinkhole carved into the ocean floor, over 300 meters deeper than the surrounding basin. A cavity filled not with sediment, but with water so dense and saline it resists mixing with the sea above. It is cold and motionless, like a well of dark mercury. Some call it the Eye of the Weddell. This pit, for all its mystery, should be still. Yet researchers notice something strange. Year by year, the coordinates of the wrecks change slightly. Not much, just meters, but enough to suggest movement. The entire graveyard seems to be rotating. Not due to current, because above, the water is still. Not due to ice, because the surface remains locked for months. But something below is shifting, pulling. Deep-sea instruments deployed into the eye revealed something even more troubling. At the very bottom of the pit, pressure sensors detected rhythmic fluctuations, not seismic, not tidal, but cyclical, as if something beneath the seafloor were pulsing. Very slowly, every 12 hours and 41 minutes, the water within the depression shifted, as if breathing. There were other signs: magnetic interference, compass drift, instruments losing calibration only when submerged directly above the sinkhole. One probe, fitted with high-definition imaging, was sent down tethered on a reinforced cable. For 20 minutes it recorded only silt and water, then static. The feed returned with a corrupted frame, half of a hull, its wood curiously unrotten, its nails coated in what looked like ice, but wasn't. The probe never returned. Theories emerged, some grounded in science. Perhaps this was a geological vent, like those found near hydrothermal ridges, but inverted. A cold vent, expelling dense brine rich in iron and trace elements, enough to create microcurrents that slowly drift wrecks toward the center. Others speculated about magnetic anomalies, ancient ferromagnetic structures beneath the seafloor creating a slow spiraling pull. But none of this explained the most chilling observation. Some wrecks had clearly changed orientation. Ships that once faced east now faced west. Anchors raised, hatches open, as if something beneath them had stirred. Local lore among polar researchers is quiet but persistent. Some crews wintering near the Weddell aboard anchored icebreakers have reported hearing faint clanging beneath the hull, too rhythmic to be ice, too deep to be natural. Others speak of soft tremors in the middle of the night, followed by radar shadows, brief, amorphous shapes moving just under the ice. One ice pilot, unnamed in his report, claimed to have seen lights beneath the surface during a dark winter morning. A pale ring, glowing like moonlight, rotating silently below. The Weddell is not easily studied. Logistics are expensive, the weather is savage, and the ice is always moving. But the data keeps building. More wrecks appear on sonar, some unexplainably relocated, some vanish entirely. And the eye, whatever it is, grows colder, denser, as if it's feeding. The concept of a moving graveyard is hard to process. Death, we assume, is static, final. But in the Weddell, the sea does not allow stillness. It recycles, it reclaims, it rearranges. Ships that fall here are not simply buried, they become part of something slow, immense and unseen. A pattern etched in silence, marked by wood and steel and rust. The wrecks are not lost, they are gathered. And deep beneath the ice, in the blackest corner of the Southern Ocean, the sea turns inward. Not in chaos, but with purpose. As if remembering, as if building, as if waiting. Part 17. The Forgotten Echo, the underwater bell of the Baltic Sea. In the frigid heart of the Baltic Sea, where the grey sky bleeds into colder water and the winds speak in short, sharp syllables, something waits at the bottom. It is not large, it is not monstrous, but it hums, slowly, deeply, as if calling out, not with words, but with presence. The divers who visited it do not speak of it often, and those who analyze its recordings admit, reluctantly, that they do not understand what they are hearing. The locals have another word for it. They call it the bell. This anomaly was discovered in 2011 by a group of Swedish treasure hunters known as oceanic, who were scanning the seabed for shipwrecks between Sweden and Finland. Their sonar returned an image unlike anything they had seen before. Roughly 60 meters wide and 4 meters high, the object appeared perfectly rounded, with smooth ridges and symmetrical grooves etched across its surface. At first glance, it resembled a sunken stone dome, oddly geometric, like the turret of a great ancient machine embedded in the seabed. Some even thought it looked like the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars, an amusing but unhelpful comparison. But the laughter stopped once they approached it. Diving to the object was no small feat. The waters of the Baltic are dark, dense with sediment and silt. Visibility drops to nothing within minutes. And yet, as the divers neared the structure, their instruments began to fail. Cameras flickered, compasses spun slowly in circles, communication lines crackled. The divers reported an almost physical sensation in the water around them, pressure that wasn't pressure. As if they were being watched by something too large to see, they touched the surface. It was stone, at least it seemed to be, but not a natural stone, not granite, not basalt, something else. It didn't scrape or chip the way normal rock does. It sang. When one diver rapped a tool against its side, a tone rang out, low and slow, echoing not just through the water, but inside their bodies. The diver described it later as standing inside a bell tower underwater. This was the first time they heard it. The sound that would become known quietly as the Baltic Bell. No one knows what causes the sound. Sonar scans of the object show no moving parts, no venting gases, no mechanical function. The surface is cold, dead, inert. But hydrophones lowered near the site pick up vibrations at regular intervals, long, low pulses at frequencies below human hearing. They are deep, infrasonic hums, not mechanical, not biological, not seismic, and they repeat with uncanny regularity. Every 210 seconds, a pulse, followed by silence. Then another, like the slow heartbeat of something dreaming far below. Attempts to sample the material have failed. Drill bits slide off. Thermal readings show the object to be slightly cooler than the surrounding sediment, strange, given its exposed position. Sediment samples nearby contain tiny metal fragments, none magnetic, all with high nickel content. Some researchers believe these could be micro-debris from an ancient meteorite. Others propose something more artificial, a remnant of lost wartime technology, though none can explain the shape or the sound. Theories have multiplied. Some suggest it is a natural formation, an oddly shaped glacial deposit from the last ice age. But this doesn't explain the strange magnetic interference. Nor does it explain the sonar shadow, a long, perfectly straight trench behind the object, stretching nearly 400 meters, as if it had skidded to a stop on the ocean floor. And then there is the bell. Recordings of the pulses, when accelerated and amplified, reveal strange harmonic patterns, like the overtone series of a bell chime. Each pulse is followed by secondary vibrations that fluctuate in pitch and decay, in a way that suggests resonance, not just noise, but tone, organized vibration. In other words, music. Acoustic specialists analyzing the data proposed a startling hypothesis. The object might not just be emitting sound, it might be responding to it. In one test, researchers played synthetic sonar pings into the water above the structure. The object pulsed back, slightly offbeat, but echoing the rhythm. 3 pings sent, 3 returned. Not reflections, new emissions. The energy signature was different. After that, the project was abruptly paused. Officially, the site is now restricted for further investigation. Oceanic no longer discusses it. The research team that released the sonar data pulled their white paper before peer review. Some claimed it was pressure from funding agencies. Others hint at military involvement. Unconfirmed reports suggest the Swedish Navy has cordoned off the area. Those satellite images show nothing but open water. Ships that pass over the site, however, report subtle navigational errors, GPS drift, heading skew, and in one case, total communication blackout for 43 minutes. Still, there are those who believe the object is not alone. Throughout the Baltic Sea, there are dozens of sonar anomalies, unusual shapes buried beneath the silt. Most are dismissed as rock formations or debris fields, but a few share strange characteristics, similar size, similar depth, similar composition, and just a few, also sing. One diver, now retired, claims to have heard the bell even before he reached the object. He was descending through black water, focused on his instruments, when a vibration passed through his chest. Not heard, but felt, like a memory. It lasted 10 seconds. He did not dive again. What could lie beneath the Baltic? A piece of a forgotten world. A listening post from another time. A sensor, or a signal, waiting to be answered. No one knows, but the bell continues. Its pulses echo through the water, regular, steady, unchanged by time or contact. In the end, perhaps it is not a machine, perhaps it is a monument. A relic of something older than language, deeper than history. Something placed at the bottom of the sea not to be used, but to be remembered. And as long as the bell tolls in the deep, someone or something remembers. Part 18. The City in the Reef. The coral temples of Larak, just off the southern coast of Iran, in the Strait of Hormuz, there is an island named Larak. It is a quiet, wind-beaten place, mostly barren on the surface, scattered with low, sun-bleached homes and a coastline carved by time and tide. But beneath its waters, beyond the curtain of coral and currents, lies something stranger, something that does not fit. It began in 2004, when Iranian marine biologists were conducting routine surveys of reef health near Larak's southern shelf. Divers descended into the shallow, warm waters where the Arabian Sea feeds into the Persian Gulf, expecting to find a tapestry of branching coral, sponge colonies, and sediment blooms. Instead, they found walls, not natural ridges, not eroded rock, but straight lines, vertical rises of precisely carved stone, half consumed by coral but unmistakable in design. The more they explored, the more they found. Columns, fallen and lying in neat rows. Archways, now choked with barnacles, still curved in symmetry. Wide plazas of smooth limestone, dotted with round holes whose purpose no one could guess. It wasn't just a structure, it was a complex. A city. One that had been devoured by the reef. The team brought back images, blurry, grainy stills taken through algae-thick water. At first, their report was dismissed. Coral can mimic architecture, and the ocean is known for tricking the eye. But a second expedition confirmed it. Under centuries of encrustation, beneath centuries of shifting sand, the unmistakable pattern of deliberate construction had emerged. The city, if that's what it was, covers an area of nearly 3 square kilometers. It begins at the edge of the reef drop-off and sinks gently westward along the seabed, resting at an average depth of 15 to 22 meters. This makes it shallow enough for free divers, yet somehow it remained undiscovered for generations, hidden perhaps by local superstitions or the natural camouflage of the coral itself. Some sections are so densely overgrown they resemble underwater gardens, with only the faintest outline of a wall or staircase visible beneath the riot of life. But in certain places, the sea has been kinder. On the eastern edge of the ruins, where currents are strong and growth is thin, a series of perfectly rectangular stone blocks rise from the sand in stacked tiers, what appears to be a stepped ziggurat or ceremonial platform. Divers measured the blocks. Each one is nearly 2 meters long, polished on at least one side, and interlocked in patterns too precise to be natural. A staircase leads to the top, and at the summit, partially broken and leaning to one side, is a column whose fluted edges are still visible. There are no carvings, no inscriptions, nothing that speaks of a name, but the architecture is clearly ancient, possibly pre-Achaemenid, possibly older. Some archaeologists have whispered comparisons to Mohenjo-Daro, to Dilmun, even to submerged ruins near Dwarka on the Indian coast. But no one knows for certain. Carbon dating has been almost impossible. The coral contamination renders most samples unreliable, and no artifacts, no pottery, tools or bones have ever been recovered. Only stone and silence. The deeper divers went, the more the mystery grew. At 22 meters, near the edge of a submerged cliff, they found what can only be described as a courtyard, flat and circular, lined with upright pillars like teeth. At the center, resting on a raised platform, was a single object, a stone cube, 1 meter per side, perfectly balanced, its edges still sharp. It has no markings, no apparent function, but when one diver touched it, his dive computer reset. Depth, time and compass readings all vanished. Another diver reported a sudden spike in temperature, just within the glove of the hand that brushed the stone, then it was gone. The reef is alive. It consumes what it touches. And yet this cube remains bare, untouched by coral or mollusk. It is as if the sea avoids it. Locals on Larak have long spoken of a place they call Shah-e-Gark Shoda, the drowned city. A ruin below the waves, where lights still shine on the darkest nights. Fishermen speak of nets torn apart by jagged spires that appear only under a blood moon. There are stories of voices heard bubbling up through the water during the quiet hours before dawn. Always faint, always wordless. One elder, interviewed anonymously, claimed that his grandfather warned him never to swim past the whale's tail reef. When asked why, he answered only, "The stones there remember being alive." There is no record in Persian history of a city near Larak ever sinking. But then again, much of the region's coastal past is unrecorded. Oral traditions stretch back farther than empire, and the sea level has risen dramatically over the last 10,000 years. During the early Holocene, vast tracts of the Gulf were still dry land. Perhaps the city beneath the reef was once inland, swallowed slowly by rising water and forgotten beneath coral and thyme. And yet, certain things make less sense. 2016, a third expedition brought sonar equipment capable of penetrating coral crust. What they found was not just a city, but a network. Beneath the visible ruins are hollow chambers, some as deep as 12 meters below the seafloor. Cavities arranged in geometric rows, with smooth inner surfaces and long sloping ramps. One chamber, in particular, returned an anomalous signal, an echo that reverberated far longer than expected, almost like a bell. Subsequent attempts to lower equipment into that cavity failed. Cables snapped. Drones lost signal. A final attempt to enter the space with a tethered probe ended when the camera feed abruptly turned black, not from mechanical failure, but from something obscuring the lens. A slow rising darkness, not silt, not ink. It moved with weight. Then the cable went slack. The probe was never recovered. Shortly after that mission, the Iranian government classified the site, citing national security concerns. No further dives have been permitted. The reef remains open to recreational swimmers, but warnings are posted in Farsi and English along the southern beaches. Avoid submersion beyond marker buoys. No diving, strong currents. But divers still go, quietly. At night, those who return tell stories they later dismiss as imagination, lights flickering through stone arches. The sound of wind where no air exists. A pressure in the chest that grows stronger the deeper you go, like being watched by something patient. Something submerged not just in water but in time. The reef thrives above the city, fish dart through broken windows. Coral blooms from ancient altars, but something below resists the sea. It does not erode, it does not yield, it waits. And in its center the stone cube remains. Unchanged, unnamed, cold. He Part 19. He Part, the siren's frequency, the salve. The sound that followed the sub in the Western Pacific, far beyond shipping lanes and well beneath the photic layer, a US Navy fast attack submarine, once drifted silently along the ocean floor. The exact date remains classified. So does the mission. But we know the name of the vessel, the USS Scorpion's Wake. She was part of a fleet exercise, running silent along a trench wall near the Palau-Kyushu Ridge, a region of seafloor carved by ancient seismic scars and little-known fault lines that fall into inky canyons. Her objective was simple: surveillance of underwater thermal vents suspected of sheltering unauthorized research equipment placed by a foreign power. But what the Scorpion's Wake recorded that night was something entirely different. It began with a hum, faint, low frequency. It pulsed every 17 seconds. Not sonar, not seismic. It had structure, not the mathematical perfection of a machine, but the irregular rhythm of something biological, alive, but vast. At first, the crew thought it might be a whale. Blue whales are known to produce calls at similar frequencies, around 10 to 40 hertz, often too low for human ears. But this was different. The pulse wasn't traveling in a straight line. It was orbiting the submarine. Acoustic triangulation showed the source moving in slow circles, like a predator circling prey, and it was getting closer. The sub maintained blackout silence. No active sonar, no propulsion. They let the deep carry them, but the signal persisted. Now it came with a harmonic, two higher frequencies, layered like a braided rope of sound, sweeping back and forth as if scanning. Some of the crew began to feel it physically, a pressure in the chest, a buzzing behind the teeth, like the sensation before a thunderstorm. One of the sonar techs described it as a song you don't hear with your ears, but with your bones. The data was logged and forwarded in real time via ultra-low frequency burst transmission to command. The reply: hold position, do not engage, continue passive listening. At 0400 hours, the humming stopped. For 93 seconds there was complete silence. Then came the knock. Not a literal knock. No object struck the hull, but the hydrophones captured a narrowband impulse, like a rap on a thick door from far away. It struck once, then again, 4 in total, each precisely 21 seconds apart. They were too regular to be coincidence, too forceful to be seismic, and they originated from 400 meters beneath the sub, well below the mapped trench wall, below solid rock. This was impossible. The ocean floor in that region had been charted for years. There was no cave, no hollow, no vent, but the sound had mass. It bounced, it cast echoes, and in one of those echoes, a pattern was discovered, one that has never been released to the public. After the 4th knock, the sub began to rise, slowly, cautiously, but as they rose they heard it again, the hum returning, now far more erratic. It pulsed with strange distortion, like a voice run through broken glass. There was movement below. Sonar showed a shadow unfurling along the trench floor. It had no clear outline, but it was long, at least 500 meters. Not solid, but not fluid either. The crew described it as a shape between densities. It didn't reflect like a whale or a school of fish. It absorbed sound, casting silence in its wake. And then something unexplainable happened. The Scorpion's wake was no longer drifting. It was ascending, rapidly, too rapidly for its ballast adjustments to explain. It was being pulled, gently, but unmistakably, upward through the water, not pushed by current, not lifted by vent. The controls were dead, thrusters unresponsive. Then came a shriek, high-pitched outside human hearing, but enough to rupture the emergency buoy sensors and short out all internal comms. Lights flickered. One of the men, an officer stationed in the aft section, collapsed from a burst blood vessel in his ear. He survived, but never dove again. At 700 meters, control returned. Instantly, the instruments blinked on. Sonar was clear. The shadow was gone. The hum had stopped. When they finally surfaced, they were met not by friendly naval forces, but by a black-flagged recovery ship operating under no known designation. The sub was ordered to power down. The entire crew was debriefed, confined and rotated off duty indefinitely. Their personal logs, backups, and even analog notes were seized. The recording from the hydrophones, what little survived the system short, was taken and replaced with a forged incident report detailing minor seismic anomalies and pressure wave interactions. The official record still lists the mission as routine, but fragments leaked. In 2017, an anonymous source posted an acoustic spectrogram online, purporting to be part of the intercepted signal from the Scorpion's wake. It showed the hum, the knock, and something stranger, a spike in frequency between the 3rd and 4th knock that resembled phonetic structure. Linguists examined it, and controversially, claimed that it mirrored the rise and fall patterns of sung syllables, specifically, laments, as in grief, as in mourning. The clip was removed within hours, the account deleted, the spectrogram never resurfaced. Whispers have grown in recent years of something ancient in the deep trenches, something not merely large, but communicative, not predatory, not aggressive, but aware. Some believe the hum was a message, others call it a warning, and still others suggest that the Scorpion's wake was not being attacked, but examined. We may not have been the hunter that night, we may not even have been the prey. We were the subject, the thing being measured, the thing being understood, and whatever made the sound, whatever circled and listened and lifted the submarine from its resting place, it may still be listening. In the Pacific, sound moves faster than anywhere else on Earth. It travels for thousands of miles, bouncing between thermal layers like whispers through cathedral vaults. Some of those whispers are storms, some are earthquakes, some are whales, singing in the dark. And one is a song that circles, a frequency that knocks, waiting for someone to answer. Part 20. The mouth in the sand. The breathing crater of the Mozambique Channel between the coast of Madagascar and the southeastern edge of the African mainland lies a corridor of swirling currents and uncharted slopes, a body of water that slips quietly through the world's attention. This is the Mozambique Channel, deep, fractured and deceptively empty. Its waters are warm, its undercurrents slow and strange, and its floor is littered with volcanic scars, sunken sediment, and reef skeletons older than the Atlantic crossing. But among these is one formation that defies understanding, a circular depression in the seafloor, nearly a kilometer wide, that expands and contracts every 11 minutes, as if it is breathing. The anomaly was first detected in 2007 during a geological survey conducted by a joint team of South African and French researchers. They were mapping the seafloor topography for signs of underwater landslides that could trigger regional tsunamis. What their instruments showed, buried beneath layers of shifting silt, was a perfectly round depression nearly 900 meters across and more than 90 meters deep at its center. It had a lip, a raised rim, like the mouth of a crater, but its sides were smooth and steep, too steep. No signs of collapse, no displaced debris, no volcanic signature. But the truly bizarre element was not its shape. It moved, not in a geological sense, not drift, not erosion. The seafloor around the depression rose and fell, gently, rhythmically, a steady rise and a slower, deeper sink, like an exhale. At first the team assumed it was an error, pressure variation, sonar drift, but when they returned 6 months later, it was still happening. Not only that, it was predictable. Every 11 minutes and 12 seconds the depression expanded outward by roughly 2.3 centimeters. Then it deflated, contracting back into itself. Always the same, like the diaphragm of a living thing. In 2009, a submersible drone equipped with pressure sensors and high-res video was deployed to examine the site directly. It was a difficult descent. The waters near the depression were unusually turbid, rich with particles that interfered with sonar and optics. Static hissed through the live feed, but what it captured, however briefly, stunned the crew. At the center of the depression, the sediment had cleared. There was no coral, no life, just bare, smooth terrain. And in the middle, a hole, not a fissure, a hole. It measured 2.1 meters across and appeared impossibly symmetrical, as if carved by machine. Every few minutes, a faint cloud of sediment would be drawn into it, sucked gently like breath through a straw. Then, minutes later, a stream of warm water would exhale outward, distorting the surrounding water like a heat shimmer. The temperature change was subtle, just over 3 degrees Celsius, but sustained. Something beneath the hole was emitting warmth, not magma, not geothermal venting. The composition of the surrounding crust did not support traditional hydrothermal activity, and yet, the breathing continued, with a rhythm, a pulse. The drone's instruments began to fail after 18 minutes. Battery drained faster than predicted. The navigation gyros lagged. The live feed degraded into static. When the drone was finally retrieved, part of its outer casing had warped slightly, not melted, not crushed, warped, as if subjected to slow shifting pressure from multiple angles at once. Subsequent missions were cut short. Equipment would lose orientation. Lights would flicker, and always that pull at the center, the mouth drawing in the sea around it, not violently, not hungrily, just endlessly. Then came the sound. In 2011, a hydrophone array left near the depression picked up a noise just before the equipment failed. The recording lasted only 22 seconds. It began with silence, followed by a low, drawn-out vibration, like a throat clearing. Then a pulse, a single deep boom too low for human hearing, but visible on the waveform as a massive energy spike. And layered into that pulse, hidden just beneath the surface, was a frequency spike patterned in intervals, 7.1 seconds apart, 4 pulses total. It was not random. Some believed it to be mechanical, others argued for biological origin. One acoustic engineer compared it to a whale call distorted by density layering, but whales do not live that deep. Nothing does, nothing should. Attempts to bore into the site for sampling were denied. The crater lies in a protected maritime zone claimed jointly by Madagascar and Mozambique. Officially, the breathing depression is listed as a subsurface fluid anomaly, a meaningless term that allows governments to block access without offering answers. But fishermen have noticed strange things for decades. From coastal villages on the northern tip of Madagascar, stories are told of waters that boil without warning, where fish float to the surface with burst swim bladders and eyes clouded with milk. Nets sink too quickly, lines go slack. Some claim that on still nights, if you paddle far enough into the open water and drift without moving, you can hear something below. not a voice, not a growl, but a beat, like something enormous, asleep in the dark, dreaming. One diver, an unauthorized explorer from Mozambique, once claimed to have swum near the depression's edge using a weighted free diving rig. He made it only part way before he turned back. What he described later was vague, disjointed, a whispering pressure, a sensation of falling in place, and something he called the second silence. When asked what that meant, he only said, "The first silence is when you stop hearing the surface. The second is when you realize the sea has stopped listening to you." He never returned to the water. As of now, the crater still breathes. Data from satellite altimetry shows microscopic sea surface changes directly above the depression, imperceptible to the naked eye, but measurable. The crater swells. The hole exhales. The ocean forgets. There are those who believe it is a vent of sorts, a geological remnant from before the continents shifted, a wound that never fully healed. Others speak of a collapsed bubble of ancient gas, slowly releasing pressure from an underground sea, and still others quietly, privately, suggest something older, not a vent, not a collapse, a chamber with a door that opens and closes. What lies beneath the mouth is unknown. How deep it runs, or what stirs in its warmth, remains unmeasured. But one truth has become difficult to ignore. It is not dead. The ocean floor is meant to be still. This place is not, and so the mouth waits, half buried in silt, drawing in the water like air, not to speak, not to scream, but to breathe. Part 21. The mirror beneath. The anomaly at the floor of the Sigsbee Deep. At the very bottom of the Gulf of Mexico, south of Louisiana's curving coastline, and past the oil rigs that stitch the horizon, lies a place where the water doesn't act like water, where the seafloor reflects like a mirror, but cannot be seen through. Where even in a world defined by strangeness, scientists hesitate to describe what they've found. This place is the Sigsbee Deep, also known, more ominously, as the Abyssal Plain. And what rests within its depths is not just a geological feature, but something closer to a riddle. The Sigsbee Deep reaches a depth of over 3,700 meters, nearly 12,000 feet. It is the deepest part of the Gulf of Mexico, a vast and ancient depression formed by tectonic subsidence, cloaked in sediment layers that have accumulated since before the rise of mammals. But what makes the Sigsbee Deep different is not its depth. It is what lies at the very bottom, a hypersaline lake, a body of water beneath the water, an underwater pool that sits atop the seafloor like a bruise or an eye. Brine pools are not unheard of. They form when highly saline water becomes trapped in deep seafloor depressions, often in connection with salt domes or mineral seeps. But the one in the Sigsbee Deep is different. Its surface is flat, perfectly flat, and it reflects. Divers and remotely operated vehicles sent to explore the site have repeatedly captured footage that defies easy explanation. As the ROVs approach the brine pool, the view begins to distort, not because of pressure or turbidity, but because the water itself shifts behavior. The interface between the ocean water and the brine forms a halocline so sharp, so resistant, that it acts like a solid barrier. Lights from the ROV bounce off it. Cameras aimed downward show not the seafloor, but the reflection of the ROV itself, hovering above, like an insect staring into a polished stone. And it isn't just an illusion. The boundary layer, the mirror, is not a visual trick. It resists entry. Submersibles that attempt to penetrate the pool find themselves slowed, as if pushing into molasses. Some describe it as moving through a membrane, others say it's like trying to fall upward, and in at least one documented case, when a titanium-shelled drone finally broke through the halocline, it suffered immediate electronic interference. Instruments went blind, lights dimmed. When the probe was pulled back, its casing was pitted, as if partially digested, and the footage was corrupted, except for a single 5-second stretch where the camera stared downward through the brine and saw sky. Not sky in the literal sense, but something bright, blue-white, blurred by refracted salt, but undeniable. It was gone in an instant, then static. Some argue this was a technical malfunction, that the mirrored surface caused a light echo from the ROV's own lamps. But others point out that the light source came from beneath the brine, not above it. Since the early 2010s, this pool, now unofficially known as the Looking Glass, has drawn quiet attention, not just from universities and oceanographers, but from private research firms and defense contractors. Oil survey ships will often park near the Sigsbee and idle for days, though their stated missions require no presence in that sector. No drilling has ever been attempted near the brine pool, despite the richness of salt and methane reserves detected in its vicinity. Some suggest this is due to safety, others think it's secrecy. There is something else. Hydrophones placed in the area, originally meant to monitor tectonic activity, have recorded occasional pulses emanating from within the pool itself. They're short, only half a second long, but so dense in frequency content that they resemble encrypted data bursts more than natural sounds. Not seismic, not biological, just coded. The pulses occur irregularly, and they don't repeat. But when charted over time, they form a pattern, a spiral, expanding outward like a stone dropped in a still pond. One particularly compelling theory posits that the looking glass may not be a lake at all, but a kind of membrane, a natural interface between layers of Earth we've never conceived of. Some call it an acoustic trap, a place where sound goes to die. Others suggest it could be a liminal zone, a boundary between chemical phases of matter we don't yet fully understand. A few, more cautiously, ask whether the pool might be a geological sensor, not something alive, but something built. A pressure-sensitive chamber tuned to register changes above it. In one incident that has never been publicly confirmed, a US Navy oceanographic vessel sent a prototype submersible into the pool for a controlled test. It descended only 8 meters before communication was lost. 7 minutes later, the submersible floated back to the surface of the brine pool, intact, but changed. The serial numbers on its hull were reversed, as if mirrored. The time logs had reset, and every piece of internal wiring had been rerouted, following a pattern that did not match its original schematic. Some of the engineers on board suggested it looked like a kind of refolding, as if the machine had been taken apart and reassembled by something with a different concept of space. No official explanation was given. The prototype was removed from the vessel under armed guard and flown to an undisclosed laboratory in Texas. Since then, access to the Sigsbee Deep has been limited, not forbidden, but discouraged. Research proposals are routinely denied. Oil companies avoid the area despite its lucrative deposits. No ROV has entered the looking glass since, yet it remains. A perfect mirrored lake at the bottom of the sea, reflecting what shouldn't be seen, breathing perhaps, in rhythms we don't yet measure, and pulsing, quietly, with a frequency we haven't yet understood. What lies beneath the mirror? Some say it is simply more brine, a heavier layer of salt and silt. Others believe it is the entrance to a cavern, a massive submerged vault of unknown age. And a few believe something even stranger, that what's down there isn't part of Earth at all, that it's a memory, a scar, a remnant of something that once passed through our world and left this behind. A door that opens not with hinges, but with silence. And at the bottom of the looking glass, where the sea reflects itself, something may be watching, waiting for its reflection to move. Part 22. The spiral that shouldn't be. The helix formation of the Tasman fracture south of Tasmania, where the Southern Ocean curls its frozen fingers into the underwater cliffs of the Australian continental shelf. There is a gash in the earth. It is called the Tasman fracture, a deep, cold trench that drops over 4 kilometers into darkness, slicing through layers of crust older than the continents themselves. Here, the sea becomes different, not just darker, heavier. The cold is so absolute that sound bends, pressure crushes the very shape of silence. And it's within this fracture, tucked into a forgotten crevice at its base, that something was found that no one expected to exist at all. In 2016, the CSIRO, Australia's leading science agency, launched a remote deep-sea exploration project to chart the terrain of the Southern Ocean's least understood canyons. They sent down a high-resolution ROV, equipped with full-spectrum lighting and scanning sonar, capable of mapping fine detail, even in total darkness. Most of what it revealed was bleak and broken, jagged rock formations, dead zones of nutrient-starved sediment, and life forms adapted to extremes that should be incompatible with biology. But on the third descent, as the ROV passed 4,025 meters, something changed. What began as a faint outline on the sonar, initially dismissed as noise, became a structure, not of human origin, not of stone, but of symmetry. It was a spiral, not a coil of rock or an accidental deposit, a true spiral, precise in proportion and shape, carved or grown into the seafloor itself. At first it seemed flat, but as the ROV circled the formation, it became clear the spiral was three-dimensional, rising and falling in slow undulating tiers, like a staircase designed for something without legs. Each loop was spaced evenly, descending counterclockwise with uncanny precision, until it disappeared into a hole at the spiral's center, a hole with smooth walls, so perfectly round that sonar registered it as a vacuum. It was 12 meters wide, over 70 meters long. It emitted no heat, no movement, but when the ROV approached the edge, every sensor began to lag. Then came the pulses. Not sound, not seismic waves, but data, bursts of electromagnetic interference, timed in exact intervals, modulated across multiple frequencies. Not wide enough to be natural, not patterned enough to be human, but something in between. The ROV received 6 bursts in total, each lasting 3.2 seconds. When translated into audio range for analysis, the bursts formed tones, 6 notes, equally spaced, descending in pitch, like a warning or a lullaby. When the footage returned to the surface, researchers noticed something strange. The spiral, visible on sonar and LiDAR, wasn't in the camera footage, where the structure should have been. There was only sand and shadow, no form, no edges, just blank seafloor. This was impossible. At first, they suspected a video error, compression artifact, loss of signal, but the distortion only occurred when the ROV faced the spiral directly. From the side, it was partially visible. From above, it vanished completely. Multiple dives repeated this phenomenon. In each case, the sonar mapped the helix perfectly, but the camera refused to show it, as if the spiral was there, but also not. Something real, but selectively invisible. One of the marine geophysicists, Dr. Leclerc, proposed that the spiral might be a biological structure, grown by some unknown organism, as a kind of reef or shell. Others suggested it was a fluid phenomenon, like a persistent current vortex frozen in sediment. But none of that explained the hole at its center, the smoothness, the electromagnetic pulses, or the way the ROV's tether twisted during every descent into the spiral zone. On the 4th and final dive, the ROV descended directly over the spiral's center. Its lights flickered, the pressure gauges went flat, and for 11 seconds the ROV's depth reading reported a descent rate of 3 meters per second, despite the winch not paying out any cable. When pulled back up, the probe's casing was intact, but its internal clock was off by 19 minutes. No heat damage, no crush marks, just time, missing. The Australian government shelved the footage. Official reports made no mention of the helix, calling the final dive inconclusive, but fragments of the sonar data leaked to independent researchers later that year. A team at the University of Kyoto analyzed the spiral's proportions and noted something haunting. The spacing of its loops precisely mirrored the Fibonacci sequence, up to 13 steps before diverging in a sudden, irregular way, almost like a natural pattern disrupted at the last moment, forced into asymmetry. Some have speculated that the spiral is an ancient formation, others believe it's new, but either way, no one can explain how it remains stable in such a volatile environment. The Tasman fracture is geologically active, earthquakes ripple through it, mudslides alter its terrain constantly, and yet the spiral remains undisturbed, like it's anchored in something deeper. Whispers have spread, as they always do, that it's a gate, a tuning fork, a scar left by something that passed through. Some believe it isn't even in our reality entirely, that the spiral exists partially elsewhere, and what we see is just the shadow it leaves behind. Dr. Leclerc disappeared from public view a year later. Her last published work, quietly posted online and later removed, included an abstract with a single sentence: "Not all geometry is local." The Tasman fracture remains under study, but no further expeditions have been launched since 2018. The sonar data is archived. The spiral, if it still exists, sits undisturbed in the black sediment, coiled like a question that no one dares ask twice. And at its center, the hole waits still, cold and impossibly round. Not empty, just quiet. Too quiet. Part 23. The Station Without Name. The lost platform of the Norwegian Sea far above the Arctic Circle, where the waters between Norway and Greenland sink into an ancient basin of cold, weighted silence. The Norwegian Sea conceals more than fossils of Ice Age ecosystems or fields of methane hydrates. There, where commercial shipping becomes sparse and even military vessels navigate with caution, lies a swath of water known for its erratic sonar returns and deep sound channels. In late autumn of 1997, something strange appeared on the hydroacoustic radar of a NATO listening post stationed off the coast of Anoya. It was tall, rigid, suspended, but not attached to anything. At first it was mistaken for a Russian submersible platform, a communications relay perhaps, or a lost test rig. But when Norwegian authorities dispatched a small naval unit to confirm its identity, they found nothing. No signal, no debris, just black water and cold wind. 6 months passed. Then, without warning, the object returned. This time it was picked up by 3 separate installations simultaneously, spaced hundreds of kilometers apart. Its acoustic signature wasn't just consistent, it was unchanged, not decayed, not distorted. It was as if the object had been paused in time. And once again, by the time a vessel reached its coordinates, the water was empty. It was only after this second appearance that rumors began to spread about what some were calling the vanishing platform. In 1999, an exploratory survey was conducted by a private oceanographic contractor working under partial funding from Statoil, now Equinor, tasked with mapping potential sites for undersea gas extraction. During one of their deeper dives, nearly 2,300 meters below the surface, their submersible drone captured something unexpected, a structure rising from the seafloor, not a natural formation, not even a geological anomaly. It was a platform, rectangular, gridded with beams but corroded with age, rusted steel, or something close to it. About 80 meters across and 20 meters tall, with 4 wide pillars anchoring it unevenly into the sediment. It had no markings, no serial numbers, no clear entry point, just a flat surface at the top, partially collapsed, and what appeared to be a hollow shaft descending through its center into the rock below. One engineer described it as looking like an oil rig designed by someone who had never seen the surface. The strangest feature, however, wasn't its shape. It was what surrounded it. The water immediately above the platform shimmered faintly on camera, not in a visual sense, but in a digital one. The footage jittered. Resolution dipped. Objects passed through the frame out of sync with time. Fish moved, then stuttered back half a second. Frames reversed and corrected themselves. At first it was thought to be a compression issue or data loss during the dive, but when the same glitch occurred in live monitoring, the team began to panic. The drone was recalled. When they analyzed its data drives, one small section of footage, exactly 3 minutes long, was corrupted beyond recovery. The file didn't read as blank. It read as missing. There was no timestamp, no 0 point, just a blank interval. And when overlaid on the time logs of the sonar feed, a strange alignment appeared every time the corrupted segment played, a brief low-frequency tone repeated in the sonar data. Always the same pitch, always the same duration. It wasn't random. The footage and logs were forwarded to Statoil. Weeks later, the entire project was suspended. The official reason: logistical and environmental re-evaluation. The coordinates were wiped from public records. Internally, the location was simply labeled Zone N0 and quietly flagged as a no-go. But deep-sea data doesn't die easily. Years later, in a conference attended by Arctic researchers and marine engineers, an anonymous presenter displayed an acoustic map showing unexplained terrain changes at the very same coordinates. The terrain around the structure had shifted, almost like it had been pushed upward, not collapsed, not uplifted by tectonics, but elevated. And not in one area. The entire perimeter had risen slightly, as if something beneath the platform had moved. Theories ranged from geothermal activity to gas hydrate expansion, but neither accounted for the structure itself. Then came the most chilling part. A geophysicist from Reykjavik presented comparative data from 1981, decades before the initial discovery, taken from archival Soviet maps of the basin. And in that older survey, the platform wasn't there. The seafloor had been flat, undisturbed, no anomaly, no rise, no sign of buried infrastructure. Somehow, between 1981 and 1997, the structure had appeared, fully formed, anchored in sediment that had taken thousands of years to settle, and now its presence was beginning to deform the surrounding rock. Further dives were proposed. All were denied. A Norwegian defense official, speaking off the record in 2003, referred to the platform as a strategic black zone, suggesting that no vessels, military or civilian, would be permitted near it. When asked why, he responded simply, "There's a frequency in that place. It doesn't behave. It modulates with time." Then he added, "That thing at the bottom, it's not wreckage, it's waiting." The term waiting has since become a quiet, unofficial name for the anomaly. The waiting station. Some believe it's the remains of a failed Cold War experiment, left behind by a nation too scared to retrieve it. Others suspect it's something geological, an extrusion from beneath the crust pushed upward by unknown forces. But a growing minority suggests something else entirely, that the station is not ancient, nor recent, that it is out of phase with time, that it didn't appear in 1997, it arrived. And if that's true, it may not be alone. In the Norwegian Sea, sound travels quickly, but light is swallowed. Visibility drops within seconds, pressure builds, cold binds all movement, and deep within the fracture at zone N0, the station rests unmoving. No doors, no lights, no sound, except for the tone that pulses irregularly when no one is listening. A tone that some now say has begun to change. Part 24. The Garden of Glass, the crystalline forest of the Philippine Trench. In the deepest part of the Philippine Sea, beneath the roar of Pacific storms and currents that have scoured the seafloor for eons, lies a trench that has barely been touched by science. The Philippine Trench stretches for over 1,300 kilometers and plunges to depths exceeding 10,000 meters, one of the most extreme environments on the planet. But it's not just its depth that defies understanding. Somewhere along its western slope, in a depression too steep for conventional submersibles and too dangerous for human divers, a series of structures were discovered in 2015 that have yet to be fully explained. They are silent, immobile, reflective, and they are growing. It was during a geological survey conducted by the Jamstek research vessel Carré that sonar anomalies were first recorded along the trench's inner wall. The bathymetric profile showed jagged spikes, columns that protruded from the slope in seemingly random patterns, too thin and too tall to be natural. At first they were thought to be misreadings caused by sonar scattering off loose sediment, but when the data was cleaned, the spikes remained, dozens of them, uniformly vertical, all clustered within a single square kilometer zone, over 9,200 meters deep. No one expected the structures to be real. A month later, a hybrid autonomous drone was deployed to the site. It took nearly 4 hours to descend. The light died completely after the first 1,000 meters, replaced by the crushing pressure of the Hadal zone, and a silence so complete the drone's own internal motors sounded like thunder. As it descended past the 9,000 meter mark, the terrain transformed. The smooth slope of the trench gave way to something fragmented, angular, like shattered black glass frozen mid-collapse, and then the lights from the drone flickered across the forest. That's what it looked like. A forest. Dozens of spires rose from the floor of the trench, each roughly 8 to 15 meters tall, spaced apart like trees in a carefully planted orchard. But they weren't made of wood. They were crystal, translucent, and impossibly sharp. Each one gleamed under the drone's spotlight, throwing beams of light that refracted in impossible angles. When the drone moved, the reflections followed, not as passive bounces, but with a disturbing lag, as if the spires were watching. The base of each spire widened into what looked like a root cluster, fused to the sediment. Some were twisted together, like vines made of glass. Others stood completely alone, spaced with eerie precision. Despite the surrounding sediment, the soil at the base of each column was strangely clean. No silt, no marine snow, just bare substrate, as if something were constantly wiping it clear. When the drone moved closer, the light revealed even stranger details. The outer layer of each spire wasn't smooth, but etched, covered in tiny grooves, spiraling upward like the helix of a shell. But these weren't random. A pattern emerged, mathematical, repeating, growing more complex the higher up the spire you looked. One research team later analyzed the grooves and found they mirrored fractal curves, similar to those seen in Mandelbrot sets or naturally occurring crystal growth, but with a level of symmetry far beyond what could be caused by geology alone. And then came the resonance. As the drone hovered near one of the tallest spires, its instruments picked up a vibration, a tone so low it was nearly subsonic, not mechanical, not seismic, but harmonic. The spire was singing. The tone was not continuous. It pulsed, like a distant chime buried in water. The drone rotated, and another spire answered, this time in a higher register, then another, and another. The spires began to hum, each at slightly different frequencies. their sounds overlapping to form a droning, dissonant harmony. It was not random. The team on the surface watched in stunned silence as the drone's acoustic feed captured what one physicist later described as a shifting, non-repeating harmonic algorithm, like music built without time. When the drone attempted to touch the base of one spire, it froze, not the drone, the feed. For precisely 61 seconds, all telemetry halted, then returned as if nothing had happened. The drone was now 4 meters to the left of its previous position, with no record of propulsion or drift. Its cameras had been reset. Its memory log of the missing minute was empty, except for a single corrupted frame that showed an overwhelming field of white light, as if the ocean itself had turned to glass. Upon recovery, the drone's casing was intact, but its temperature sensors were fried. Its interior showed traces of a compound not found anywhere in the known trench ecosystem, highly silicated, with microscopic lattice formations embedded into the surface. Under microscope, the lattice resembled the outer structure of the spires, but the real question came next. Weeks later, when the team returned with a secondary drone, the forest had changed. It was larger. New spires had grown in places where none had existed before, thinner, shorter, but already echoing with low harmonic pulses. One of the researchers hypothesized that the structures were not just growing but replicating, slowly, deliberately, like a colony or a signal. Not all of the spires pulsed, some were silent, but when one of the new spires was touched by the drone's manipulator arm, a sudden flare of light erupted from within, brilliant white-blue, then gone. In that moment, every acoustic sensor in the drone recorded a deafening tone, a single perfect F-sharp, sustained for 3 full seconds, then silence. 3 days later, all data from the mission was quietly transferred to a classified registry. The Philippine government issued a statement about restricted geotechnical instability in the trench region and prohibited further exploration in the coordinates now referred to only as Area Delta Zero. The JAMSTEC team's final report was redacted. The original footage exists only in fragments, released unofficially by a whistleblower and now circulated only in deep corners of the internet. Some say the crystalline forest is a rare geological phenomenon, a form of extreme pressure mineral growth catalyzed by subduction zone chemistry. Others argue it is biological, or even semi-conscious, a deep ocean analog to coral that communicates through vibration and light. But a smaller, quieter group believes something else, that the spires are not of Earth at all, that they are a listening system, a memory array, a kind of antenna, not transmitting, but receiving, that they grow in response to observation, reflecting not just light but intention, that they do not sing to be heard, but to see who is listening. The Philippine Trench remains dark. No new expeditions have been authorized, but from space, satellite radar sometimes detects a shimmer in the water above Area Delta Zero, just after seismic events, or deep oceanic quakes, as if the forest is stirring, as if the garden of glass is waking up. Part 25. The Vessel That Waits. The silent ship beneath the Scotia Sea south of the Drake Passage, where Antarctica's shadow stretches into the furious confluence of the Atlantic and Pacific, lies the Scotia Sea, one of the most treacherous and least traversed bodies of water on Earth. The sea churns with constant storm, its undercurrents twisting like veins between tectonic plates. It's a place where icebergs wander into warmer water and vanish without trace, and where sonar returns are distorted by deep undersea ridges that shift as if breathing. It is here, buried beneath the cold chaos, that something impossible was found. A ship, intact, upright, on the ocean floor. It was first discovered by accident. In 2019, a British-Australian research expedition, known as CMAP, was surveying the tectonic boundaries of the South Scotia Ridge. They were mapping areas around the South Sandwich Trench, searching for hydrothermal vents and evidence of new volcanic activity. The ROV Erebus, designed for cold sea deployment, descended nearly 5,600 meters into a zone of known seismic instability. It was during this mission, routine, quiet, almost dull, that the sonar sweep returned a structure so geometrically precise it halted the operation. It measured 112 meters in length. The hull was perfectly preserved. Its silhouette matched that of a pre-dreadnought vessel, the kind built during the late 19th century. Yet no such ship was known to have sunk in these waters. No distress signals, no records, No logbooks from that era made mention of a steel-hulled warship this far south. And yet the drone's cameras showed iron rivets, rusted gun ports, smokestacks partially collapsed, and a wheelhouse with shattered glass. But there was no name, no marking, no flags, just a hull number, 0132. The ship rested on a flat bed of silt, undisturbed by time. No coral growth, no barnacles. The seafloor around it was eerily barren, as though life itself had chosen to avoid the sight. The water was still, too still. Fish that had swum past the drone earlier in the descent vanished entirely within a 300-meter radius of the wreck. At first, the team assumed it had found an uncharted World War-era casualty, maybe a military transport lost in secrecy. But the architecture made no sense. The hull design didn't match British, French, German, or American standards from any recorded naval tradition. It bore elements of several designs: flared French turrets, British bow curvature, Russian-style aft plating, and a command deck that looked almost modern, or future-looking, as if designed to mimic what a 19th-century engineer might guess the future would resemble. But there was something stranger. The interior lights were on, not in the modern sense, not electric, but a faint, consistent glow, like phosphorescent oil lanterns, suspended in perfect stillness. The ROV's infrared detected low, steady heat signatures within the ship's hull. No flickering, no variation, just a uniform presence, as if something inside refused to cool. The drone approached the midship deck and peered through a rusted porthole. What it saw shouldn't have been possible. A table, intact, with chairs bolted to the floor. On the table, 5 white ceramic plates, unbroken. No food, no utensils, just arranged perfectly, each with a single coin at the center. Identical coins, not minted, not engraved, just smooth, featureless metal discs. The moment the camera focused on the discs, the ROV's compass failed. The drone drifted to the left, despite its engines firing to stabilize. Its depth gauge climbed by 40 meters, even though the tether hadn't changed tension. All readings inverted briefly. North became south, east rotated wildly, and then everything stabilized, as if nothing had happened. But the team watching the feed had all seen it for a brief moment. The image on the screen duplicated. The entire feed doubled itself. 2 ships, 2 tables, 2 drones. For 6 frames, 1/4 of a second, reality mirrored. After the mission, every engineer present swore they had seen it. The feed was recovered and slowed down, frame by frame. The duplication remained, real, verifiable, and inexplicable. The second ship wasn't a camera artifact. Its serial number read 0133. No further dives were made. The team filed their findings under provisional anomaly status, and were ordered by a coalition intelligence board to turn over all data for international hazard review. The official report was sealed, but pieces remained. Months later, one technician, who had copied the raw footage to a private server, posted a still frame online under an anonymous name. It showed a different angle of the ship's bow. There, just beneath the cold metal plating, was something painted in a faded salt-scoured script: "Providence awaits." Since then, at least 2 satellite imaging runs of the Scotia Sea have been scrubbed from public archives. Vessel tracking data shows that an unmarked Russian oceanographic ship spent 4 days hovering above the coordinates before vanishing from AIS systems entirely. When it reappeared, 3 days later, its registry had changed. Its destination was listed only as returning to dock. No further explanation. Some believe the ship is a hoax. Others believe it's a Cold War experiment, a ghost of a secret naval program. But a few suggest something older, that the Providence isn't a relic, but a prototype, that it was built not by a nation, but by something else. To wait, to watch. The glow within it has not dimmed. Seismographs in the region now report a low pulsing resonance that matches the interval between the drone's mirrored frames. Every 4.12 seconds, deep sound sensors pick up metallic harmonics, echoing far beyond what a dead hull should emit. The ship remains at the bottom, in perfect silence, upright, cold, waiting. It has no crew, yet something in its design suggests purpose. Designed not for comfort, but for containment. A coffin, or perhaps a temple. There is no rust on its anchor chain, no algae on its hull, no reason for it to be there, and yet it waits. In the black pressure of the Scotia Sea, the Providence, a vessel without nation, without past, without decay. And what sleeps inside it? has not finished waiting. Part 26. The Hollow Current, the anomaly beneath the South Equatorial Gyre. In the central Atlantic, thousands of miles from any significant landmass, the South Equatorial Current carves a slow, unrelenting path westward, its warm waters stretching like a belt just below the equator. It is vast, stable, and deceptively uneventful, a liquid highway used for centuries by merchant ships, naval operations, and migratory patterns stretching back through deep evolutionary time. But in the space between what we see and what we expect, there are gaps, places the maps don't highlight, not because they are unknown, but because they are unwanted. In one of these places, at a convergence point roughly 300 kilometers east of Fernando de Noronha, lies a stretch of open water where the current behaves in ways no textbook explains. It moves too fast, then slows without cause. It creates eddies without wind, and it bends sound. The anomaly was first suspected in 1972, when a Brazilian oceanographic vessel, Almirante Saldanha, reported inexplicable compass deviations during an otherwise routine current drift study. Instruments failed, water temperatures reversed gradients for no reason. Acoustic Doppler readings indicated sudden subcurrent reversals, like something below was pulling backward against the surface momentum of the sea. The event was noted, then ignored. The ocean is large. Anomalies vanish, but they didn't vanish here. Over the next 2 decades, every few years a new report emerged: sonar interference from military exercises, communication loss from research buoys, satellites showing surface whirlpools that spun clockwise one moment and counterclockwise the next. Nothing definitive, nothing conclusive, but always in the same patch of sea. It was only in 2003, when the anomaly interfered with an underwater fiber optic cable linking Europe to Brazil, that anyone paid serious attention. For nearly 4 hours, data transmission through a 20-kilometer segment of cable dropped to near zero, not severed, not disrupted by weather, but suppressed. Like something around the cable had absorbed the signal entirely, repair teams were dispatched, expecting to find damage. Instead, they found something else. Or rather, they didn't find what they should have. The trench in which the cable was laid had changed. A new depression had formed on the seafloor, 12 meters deeper, circular, and perfectly smooth. Not eroded, not collapsed, no surrounding debris, just a bowl-shaped void in the sediment, centered directly beneath the signal blackout. An ROV was sent to investigate. As it descended, it encountered no unusual pressure changes, no thermal vents, no biological abnormalities. But at exactly 3,824 meters, the tether slackened, not from equipment failure, but because the drone was falling, slowly, gently, as if it had entered water of lower density. Despite remaining in the same column, all measurements continued as normal, but the drone's vertical velocity increased unnaturally, descending faster than ballast should have allowed. No currents were detected, no forces recorded. Then the lights dimmed. The ocean here is utterly black. No sunlight has ever touched this depth. The drone's halogen lamps should have lit a radius of at least 15 meters, but as the floor of the depression came into view, the light scattered. It diffused like it was hitting fog. But the cameras saw no fog, no particulates, just soft shimmering distortion, like heat rising from pavement. The seafloor was glassy, polished, rippled, like frozen dunes carved by invisible wind. And then, out of that stillness, the water began to move. Not fast, not turbulent, but with purpose. A spiraling rotation formed, slowly sucking sediment upward into a column. The drone drifted sideways without propulsion. All feedback from the gyroscope remained stable, yet the drone rotated a full 90 degrees on its y-axis, as if the space around it had shifted, not the drone itself. The tether pulled taut. Communications began to fail, not with static, but silence. No feedback, no error codes, just nothing. The drone was retrieved within 12 minutes. Its casing was intact, but cold, colder than the surrounding seawater should have allowed. The temperature of its internal core had dropped by 5 degrees in under 10 minutes. Sensors showed no coolant leaks. The battery was overcharged by 13%, despite normal discharge rates. Inside the memory bank, a strange glitch appeared in the timestamp log, a 9-second period where time values reversed. Negative time, impossible time. Footage recovered from the drone was largely intact. But at the bottom of the depression, in the final frames before retrieval, a shape was visible in the light distortion, not a structure, not life. A void, a perfect ellipse in the middle of the polished floor, about 4 meters wide, where the distortion bent more violently, like water bending around an unseen obstacle. The light curved into it, and then vanished. The ellipse cast no shadow, it appeared to pulse, very slightly, with a rhythm just beneath visible vibration. Analysts would later suggest that the light wasn't passing into the void, it was refusing to emerge. As if the ellipse wasn't reflecting anything, as if it wasn't space, as if it was absence. The area was reclassified, survey routes were diverted, data was sealed under multinational joint maritime codes. Internally, the depression became known as Hollow Current Site 1, and unofficially, among the few researchers who had seen the raw data, it became something else. The Ocean's Eye. Since then, unmanned submersibles sent to the area have reported a new phenomenon. An anomalous drift in clock synchronization. Even atomic clocks, supposedly immune to environmental interference, begin to deviate once they pass the 3000 meter mark. Not wildly, just consistently. A slow lag, as if time itself stretches in this space, not broken, not sped up, just pulled, ever so gently, out of alignment with the world above. More curiously, organisms tagged within the perimeter, deep-sea amphipods, microbial colonies, return altered, not genetically, behaviorally. A species of crustacean retrieved from the site showed no phototactic response when exposed to light. Instead, it responded to pressure changes with coordinated movement, as if orienting itself based not on stimulus, but on invisible gradients, echoes in a space we don't yet perceive. Attempts to sample the seafloor at the center of the ellipse have failed. Cores break, drill bits shatter, ROVs glitch and retract before reaching it. One attempt in 2020, conducted by a privately funded deep-sea research group, ended when their drone disappeared entirely, its signal lost without warning, tether severed. A single ping was received 19 hours later, 42 kilometers south. Then silence. No wreckage, no explanation. And yet the water remains calm. The current continues its slow journey westward, bearing no sign that anything below is unusual, nothing visible, nothing dangerous, just the sea. Vast, warm, trustworthy. But at the depth where nothing should move, something listens and breathes. There are places in the world where space folds, places where time is not broken, but bent, where the laws we cling to remain true, until they don't. Until the ocean reminds us that beneath its surface lie volumes not written in any book, languages not spoken, but shaped, structures that do not rise, but wait. And somewhere in the hollow current, the eye remains, watching not upward, but outward, towards something deeper, towards something we have not yet found the words to name. Part 27. The Chamber That Hears. The acoustic vault of the Laccadive Sea, tucked between the southwestern coast of India and the distant islands of the Maldives, lies the Laccadive Sea, a deceptively tranquil expanse of warm tropical water that has served as a historical corridor for ancient trade, forgotten kingdoms, and monsoon-driven migration for millennia. Its shallows are fertile and mapped. Its reefs, while dying, are visible from satellite. But its depths, specifically those west of the Laccadive archipelago, descend into a rift that has long escaped close study. In this basin, pressure builds against a fault line that shifts imperceptibly each year, reshaping the ocean floor with movements too subtle for surface dwellers to notice. But something has noticed, something beneath. In 2008, a seismic monitoring array placed in the Laccadive Basin for tsunami detection began recording a sound that repeated every 31 hours. It wasn't a quake, nor was it a whale, ship engine, or geological movement. It was too stable, too perfect. A low-frequency pulse, barely above 18 Hz, just within the limits of human hearing. It began as a single beat, then another, then three, always in sets of 3, and then it would stop for exactly 1 hour and 12 minutes, then begin again. The repetition went on for months. Initially dismissed as underwater tectonic strain, what some scientists call slow earthquakes, the signal drew more attention when a researcher at the National Institute of Oceanography in Goa noticed something chilling. When the pulses were accelerated and translated into spectrograph form, the pattern resembled a waveform with mathematical intervals that formed a scale. Not a musical scale, but a spatial one. Each pulse was separated by increasing ratios that mirrored the harmonic resonance of standing waves in a confined chamber, which meant one thing: the signal was echoing. The source wasn't producing sound into open water, it was bouncing it off interior walls. That meant the source was inside something, a hollow structure, a chamber. A survey vessel was dispatched in late 2009 with a classified brief. Publicly, it was mapping submerged sandbanks for fishing policy enforcement. But on board, a different mission unfolded. The crew dropped a modified deep-tow sonar array with high-fidelity resolution. For 11 hours, the array swept the basin. It returned with a shape, at a depth of roughly 4,700 meters, beneath a sediment layer thought to be undisturbed basaltic crust. The sonar recorded a cavern, a dome, roughly 120 meters across, 35 meters high at its center. The walls were not rough, they were smooth, arched, reflective. No known lava tube or sea cave matched the formation, and inside the chamber, centered near the floor, was a spire, 10 meters tall, thin, angled slightly westward, fixed in place. And then the array picked up something else. Not sound, silence. A kind of structured silence, a null return from within the dome that could only mean one thing. Something in that space absorbed sound completely, not reflected, not scattered, just gone. When a second pass was made with more focused sonar, something changed. The signal never returned, not in a mechanical sense. The equipment worked. The array descended to the same coordinates, but when the signal was emitted this time, it didn't bounce back. It replied. 3 pulses, identical in frequency to the original, but distorted, slower, warmer, like a mirror of the original sound, passed through something vast and not quite real. The pulses struck the receiving hydrophones. The crew went silent. One of the technicians sensitive to low-frequency sound described it as being felt, not heard. Another crew member suffered a nosebleed without warning. The captain ordered an immediate ascent. When the recordings were reviewed later, a discrepancy appeared in the timestamps, not in the sonar feed, but in the crew's personal watches. Time drifted. Each device logged a different return time for the pulses, by seconds, not milliseconds. One crew member's digital watch continued ticking for 5 minutes after the ship had powered down its systems. The data logger showed no battery draw, no heat, just quiet electrical persistence, like something unseen had kept it running. The acoustic pulses were analyzed in a secure facility. They were not random. When transcribed into pressure gradients and layered over the original 3-pulse signal, the reply formed a cancellation wave, a perfect inverse. As if the chamber had listened and answered by playing the opposite, by negating the sound it had been given. It wasn't an echo, it was a correction. No seismic activity was ever recorded in the basin during the expedition. The dome, now known only by a provisional code, AV Laccadive 1, was marked as restricted for all future underwater transit. The data was sealed, but strange stories have leaked since. Fishermen operating illegally in the area have spoken of long silences beneath the waves, moments when no engine echoes, no sonar, no propeller hums return, as if the ocean forgets sound entirely for brief, terrifying stretches. Divers near the island of Agatti have claimed to feel pressure drops without cause, a sensation of weightlessness not from depth, but from absence, like something is pulling sound and time downward into the trench. There is one more piece. In 2021, an anonymous source leaked a short audio clip to a marine research forum. It was titled Only Response. 3 pulses, then silence, then something new, a 4th tone, higher in frequency, longer in duration. It rose and fell like a breath. When processed, it matched the decay curve of a human voice exhaling through dense water. The waveform wasn't speech, not exactly, but it resembled language, not in form but in intent, a shaped emission, not a natural one. Some say the chamber is natural, that the spire is a mineral formation, that the acoustic anomaly is just an unexplained quirk of deep ocean pressure in a pocket of old rock. But others aren't so sure. They believe the chamber is older than the ocean itself, that the spire is a receiver, a kind of ear, a listening post buried in the crust of the world, built to wait, to absorb, to catalogue the speech of everything that crawls and sings above it. Some believe it has been hearing our noise for millennia, and now, finally, it has spoken back. The sea continues above, warm and calm, with islands scattered like jewels across the horizon. The tides rise and fall, the fish return. The The wind stirs, but deep beneath, in the still black vault of AV Laccadive 1, something has awakened. Not with violence, not with motion, but with voice. It hears us, and it has begun to remember. Part 28. The Stationary Wave. The tidal stasis beneath the Sea of Okhotsk. In the northwestern corner of the Pacific Ocean, framed by the icy curve of Siberia and the jagged fingers of the Kuril Islands, lies the Sea of Okhotsk. This is not a hospitable place. For most of the year, its surface is choked by drifting pack ice, and its waters are churned by violent storms that arrive without warning from the east. Beneath the surface, the sea is fractured by ancient volcanic ridges, glacially carved troughs, and subduction zones that press the Earth's plates together with titanic pressure. And yet, amid this cold and chaos, there is one place where nothing moves, not the water, not the currents, not even time as we measure it. This place, unnamed on official charts, was first noticed not by a scientist but by a fisherman who swore the ocean looked wrong on a clear day when everything else was still. It began in 1991, when a Japanese trawler working illegally in Russian waters transmitted an unusual radio message. It was brief, distorted by interference, but contained 3 clear words in Japanese. The sea paused, the transmission cut out abruptly, and the vessel was never heard from again. No wreckage, no beacon, no evidence of mechanical failure. It vanished into paperwork and jurisdictional silence. But 6 years later, in 1997, a Russian research submersible attempting to map tectonic activity along the Kuril Trench passed through a narrow corridor near the northern tip of Iturup Island. It was here that the instruments failed, but not all at once. It started with the altimeter, which began returning inverted values, indicating the submersible was ascending, even though it continued its powered descent. Then came the water velocity sensors, which showed 0 movement, despite the drone moving laterally at several knots. As the submersible drifted into a basin, roughly 5,300 meters deep, it entered a zone where the water, according to all available data, had no motion at all, no current, no turbulence, no sediment movement. It was not calm. It was still, a stillness that defied thermohaline physics and the natural dynamics of deep ocean circulation. At the center of the basin, sonar picked up a vertical structure unlike anything the research team had ever seen. It was not solid, not rock, not metal. It was a column of water, nearly 80 meters high, suspended in the center of the trench. A wave, held motionless, as though frozen in the act of rising. The column pulsed, not with heat or energy, but with a density fluctuation so precise, it moved in harmonic cycles. Every 43 minutes, the structure would shimmer as if breathing in the pressure of the abyss. It did not collapse. It did not drift. It simply remained. When the ROV approached the base of the wave, a strange thing happened. The vehicle's camera feed began to loop, not entirely, but partially. Frames repeated every few seconds. Images flickered and returned. A fin of a fish, a swirl of sediment, a glint of light, then again in reverse. Like the drone had entered a space where causality hiccuped. The surface of the column was not water, yet it moved like it. It refracted light, but it also absorbed sonar. The team pulsed acoustic signals at the structure, only to receive back frequencies not sent. Echoes that didn't match the original ping. Frequencies that sounded orchestrated, designed. Then the temperature sensors failed. Not from overheating, but from dropping below measurable thresholds, not freezing, not sub-zero, just missing. The temperature value on the readout was replaced by a dash. Null, like the water itself, no longer supported the concept of thermal measurement. They attempted to retrieve the ROV. It took 46 minutes to return to surface range, 14 minutes longer than expected, and when the tethered vehicle broke the surface, its hull was perfectly intact, but its internal gyroscope had been reset to 0. Every orientation value was erased. The drone had no idea where it had been. The onboard clock had lost 2 hours, and the memory buffer had recorded a 6-minute stretch of footage that was completely black, despite power and lighting being operational throughout the entire dive. This 6-minute stretch, when amplified and processed, revealed something no one could explain. A sound, not recorded by the drone's audio sensors, but embedded in the frame data itself. Pixel pulses, repeating at a pattern of 1.618 Hz, the golden ratio. The pulses, when converted into audio, formed a droning harmonic chord that sounded distinctly like a tuning note played in a vast hollow chamber. It wasn't random, it wasn't ambient noise. It was a tone, shaped by intention. The Russian authorities closed the zone within 2 weeks. Official reasons cited undersea landslides and sonar interference from tectonic instability. But the basin has not shifted since. No seismic events. No fault line tremors. The seafloor beneath the wave remains unchanged. Several years later, in 2004, a satellite thermal sweep of the region showed an anomaly 200 meters across. A perfect circle of water, 1 degree cooler than the surrounding sea, holding its temperature through the course of an entire year. Oceanographers speculated about salinity pockets, chemical upwellings, or geothermal inversion. But no one could explain why the cold persisted. It was too shallow to be deep venting, too small to be climatic, too round to be natural. Then in 2012, another vessel, a Chinese submarine engaged in deep-sea cable surveillance, reported sudden time drift in its internal systems while passing through the same corridor. Digital clocks ran fast, analog watches slowed, crew members reported nausea, vertigo, and a strange sensation of pressure inside the chest, as if the sea itself had thickened. The submarine surfaced. Within hours, 2 crew members collapsed with symptoms of neurological disorientation. Brain scans showed no trauma, just altered electrical activity, as if their internal sense of rhythm had been detuned. Rumors began to circulate in academic circles. Some believed the wave was a standing anomaly, formed by the unique geometry of the trench, perhaps a pocket of resonance that had created a kind of permanent tidal interference pattern. Others said it was a collapsed bubble of time, a region where causality loops like water circling a drain, slow and endless. And a few, more privately, whispered that it wasn't natural at all, that it was a containment system, a cage not for life, but for movement, that something had been frozen, not in space, but in time. And perhaps, not for the first time, the wave remains. The water around it continues to churn with seasonal monsoons, ice melt, and the great gyres of the global ocean. But within that circle, within that 80-meter vertical stillness, there is no change, no flow, no heat, no passage, just suspension. The Sea of Okhotsk has a secret, not buried, not hidden, held. A wave paused in mid-breath, a rhythm caught and suppressed, not silenced, contained. And beneath that standing wave, at the absolute nadir of motion, lies a truth no one has yet dared to name, not because we lack the data, but because some rhythms should never be restarted. Part 29. The memory that sings, the echo structure beneath the Weddell abyssal plain. Deep in the southern reaches of the Atlantic Ocean, where the seafloor descends into one of the planet's oldest and most undisturbed geological basins, lies the Weddell abyssal plain, a flat, featureless realm stretching beneath the frigid waters east of the Antarctic Peninsula. It is one of the most isolated points in all of Earth's oceans. No shipping lanes pass through, no commercial data cables cross the region. The storms here are constant and cruel, and even the most advanced research vessels tend to avoid its central corridor during the austral winter. It is an underwater desert, cloaked in perpetual darkness and silence, until, in 1994, a series of autonomous hydrophones picked up something that defied every expectation. It began as a pulse, not loud, not forceful, but hauntingly regular. Every 31 minutes and 17 seconds, a low-frequency tone, barely audible even after amplification, swept across the array. It wasn't seismic, it wasn't biological, and it didn't match any known acoustic profile from man-made instruments. Most importantly, it originated from the same fixed point. Despite the constant movement of ocean currents and ice flows, the tone didn't drift with water. It held. The signal persisted for 6 months. Then, without any change in pattern or amplitude, it stopped. The disappearance was as perplexing as the sound itself. No tectonic shift was recorded, no collapse, no undersea eruption. The source simply went quiet. The anomaly was shelved, archived by international research groups, listed in logs as persistent harmonic anomaly, W point, and quietly forgotten. But it hadn't stopped, not really. In 2008, nearly 14 years later to the day, the tone returned, identical in frequency, identical in rhythm, but now accompanied by something else, a faint harmonic structure, just barely perceptible under the main pulse. It was described by one acoustic analyst as the sonic equivalent of old music echoing down a hallway where the original source is long gone. The harmonics didn't form melody, they formed memory, chords that suggested something not composed, but remembered. That's when a multinational oceanographic team was dispatched. The vessel Endurance Nova, an ice-hardened Norwegian platform with Russian and British scientists on board, reached the coordinates during a window of rare calm. They deployed a deep-tow sonar array and began mapping the seafloor. What they found should not have existed, not here, not in such a geologically quiescent region. At a depth of 6,083 meters, buried just beneath a crust of soft sediment, was a structure, not a wreck, not a reef, a structure. Sonar painted a shape unlike anything catalogued, an arc nearly perfect in curve, spanning almost 280 meters end to end, its inner edge bristling with vertical formations like the teeth of a musical comb. These spires were evenly spaced, rising from a buried base with mathematical consistency, each measured between 4 and 6 meters tall, with reflective tops that returned sonar in sharp metallic pulses. But when the ship deployed its ROV, something more bizarre happened. The moment the camera approached the arc, still covered in sediment, the harmonic layer of the acoustic signal intensified. It didn't just get louder, it changed. It became reactive. Every movement of the submersible was mirrored by a corresponding shift in tone, left, an ascending echo, right, a fall in pitch. When the drone hovered still, the harmonics leveled into what could only be described as a resonant chord, one that oscillated across multiple octaves at once, impossible under the laws of normal wave propagation. It was as if the structure was listening. More than that, it was responding. The ROV's lights passed over one of the spires. What was initially believed to be sediment slid away, revealing a material that was neither metal nor stone, something fused, almost vitrified, with internal lattice structures that resembled biological symmetry. Under magnification, the surface of each spire appeared to be inscribed with concentric grooves, not writing, not art, but waveforms etched into the material with microscopic precision. The lead geologist aboard the Endurance Nova was the first to suggest it. The spires were not decorative, they were resonators. Acoustic structures, each one shaped not to emit, but to reflect and shape sound with impossible fidelity. As if this place had not been built to hold volume, but to store vibration. The sediment covering the arc wasn't merely deposited by the sea, it had grown there, slowly, over time, and as the team mapped the surrounding floor, they realized that the arc was only one segment of a full circle, a ring, a buried, incomplete ring of acoustic structures stretching outward in fragments, some broken, some intact, but all still humming, faintly, with the signature of tones they had absorbed long ago. Then for one moment, the harmonic layer stopped, and something else took its place. A single rising tone, growing in volume without distortion, pushed through the water. A sound like steel under strain, bending but not breaking. It lasted for 19 seconds, and within it, spectrograph analysis revealed subharmonics that matched not Earth's geological signatures, but human speech frequencies. Not words, not voice, just the raw structure of how we speak, like the memory of language itself, trapped in glass. Then silence returned. The team retrieved the drone and left before the ice pack closed in again. Their report was never published. Samples taken from the spire fragments disappeared into institutional vaults. One technician, before resigning from the project, told a colleague that the structure beneath the Weddell abyssal plain was not transmitting, but waiting for someone to finish the sentence. The structure has been named in unofficial circles as the Echo Vault. There are theories that it's an ancient signal archive, an organic recording device, perhaps even seeded by something non-human, to record the sounds of planets. Others believe it's the remains of a long-forgotten civilization, one that encoded their memory not in stone or speech, but in resonance, leaving behind a device not to be read, but to be heard by those who found it. A record that plays only when the listener enters the song. But perhaps the most unsettling theory is this: that the vault has no builder, that it is a natural emergence, an impossible confluence of material, pressure, and vibration that formed a conscious ear in the dark, not alive, but aware, that the ocean, given time and silence, built its own archive of the world above, and that in some unreachable way, it remembers us. The Weddell Abyssal Plain remains under-researched. Ice now covers much of the region year-round. No vessels have returned to the coordinates in over a decade, but every few months the tone returns: 31 minutes, 17 seconds, a whisper in the deep. And sometimes it changes, just slightly, like something beneath the sediment is learning how to sing again. Part 30. The Bloom Below Time. The bioluminescent field beneath the Juan de Fuca Ridge, off the northwestern coast of North America, where the Pacific Ocean presses against the ragged seam of the Juan de Fuca tectonic plate, lies a region of intense geological activity. The Juan de Fuca Ridge, a sprawling mid-oceanic rift lined with black smokers and hydrothermal vents, is a place where the Earth's crust is thin, fragmented and alive. For decades, scientists have studied this region for its unique extremophiles, creatures that thrive in darkness, heat and chemical chaos. But in 2011, a research expedition aboard the RV Falkor encountered something they had not expected. Something not chaotic, not volcanic, but organized. A living architecture of light buried beneath the sea, pulsing to a rhythm no one could trace. It began as a mistake. The mission was meant to be geological, sampling vent outflows and seismic mapping of the spreading center. But on the third night of deployment, the ROV's forward camera recorded something impossible while transiting between survey points. At a depth of 2,870 meters, just south of axial seamount, the ocean floor lit up not from the lights of the ROV, but from within itself. A wave of bioluminescence bloomed across the sediment in a sweeping arc more than 200 meters wide. Not scattered, not chaotic. The lights formed patterns, concentric spirals that spun outward in mirrored symmetry, then faded and reappeared elsewhere. It wasn't just beauty, it was intention. The light did not behave like ordinary bioluminescence, which is reactive, fleeting, and often defensive. These pulses were slow, sustained, harmonic in timing, and most disturbingly, they seemed to follow the drone. The ROV stopped, the lights stopped, the ROV moved, the lights resumed, not all at once, but in coordinated paths, as if the seabed were tracking motion not by sight but by presence, reacting to something deeper than vibration or current. The bioluminescence formed branching lines, fractal-like in geometry, stretching in arcs that resembled vascular structures, or the root systems of ancient trees. But there were no organisms visible on the surface, no plants, no visible colonies, just sand, silt, and light. The team initiated a high-resolution scan of the area. What emerged was unprecedented. Beneath the top layer of sediment, a vast network of fibrous threads, microscopic but rigid, was discovered, each laced with rare trace elements, vanadium, molybdenum, and copper-like alloys, not typically found in vent ecosystems. The structures ran deep, some as much as 12 meters below the surface, forming tangled bundles that converged into nodal points every 50 meters, like synaptic junctions. These nodes pulsed with light from within, organic, but not biological in any known sense. No DNA, no protein chains, just clusters of something new. A sample was taken, sealed in a vacuum container, and returned to the lab. But within 3 hours, the container ruptured, not explosively, but as if from within, the pressure differential reversed. The structure inside had absorbed the vacuum. Every instrument used to analyze the material showed minor anomalies in time-stamped data, subtle temporal shifts, as though milliseconds were being skipped, lost, or borrowed. One of the researchers, a microbiologist named Dr. Harlis, stayed awake for 36 straight hours, studying the raw footage. It wasn't just the light patterns that fascinated her, it was what they matched. She realized, with a quiet dread, that the spirals and branching formations mirrored something she had seen once before: growth patterns in the human hippocampus, the part of the brain responsible for memory, learning, and spatial navigation. She presented a hypothesis in private, that the field beneath the Juan de Fuca Ridge was a form of memory, embedded in matter, a living system of light and conductive filament, designed not to move, feed, or reproduce, but to remember, not biologically, not electrically, but through luminescent inscription, etched and stored in chemical pulses across thousands of square meters of seafloor. She called it the Bloom. Further exploration was cut short. On the fourth dive, the ROV's lights flickered and went out. All systems returned to default. The drone drifted for 19 minutes in total darkness. When control was re-established, the ROV was hovering above what appeared to be a deep, artificial trench, perfectly symmetrical, lined with the same bioluminescent pulses now forming glyphs, not random but repeating symbols, not words, not language, but loops, marks, and angular cuts that reappeared across multiple locations. When layered atop each other, they formed a complex geometric matrix, 6 spirals nested in a lattice, encased in an outline shaped exactly like a human eye. Then, for the first and only time, the entire field went dark. The bloom ceased, sensors picked up a sudden shift in magnetic orientation, just a fraction of a degree, but registered across every axis. The water temperature rose by half a degree in 30 seconds, despite no venting activity. In the control room, the ship's chronometers desynchronized, 3 clocks, 3 different times. No warning, no alarm, just a quiet, subtle fracture in continuity. The drone returned. Its onboard storage contained no record of the blackout period, but on its hull were new etchings, microscopic scratches that formed arcs, almost too subtle to be natural. The shapes matched the glyphs seen in the trench. The team returned to shore. Their final report was fragmented. Half was redacted by the NOAA before publication. No mention of the trench. No mention of the patterns. Officially, the bioluminescence was attributed to a new class of microbial colonies reacting to hydrothermal gradients. Unofficially, the footage was passed among a handful of independent researchers. Some believe the bloom is a biosynthetic neural network, planted by an intelligence long before our time, perhaps not of Earth at all. Others think it is Earth itself, a slow, patient system the planet formed in response to energy, time, and consciousness, choosing this ridge as its vessel. And a few have offered a darker theory, that the bloom is not memory at all, that it is reading, not remembering, that every movement, every light, every intrusion is being inscribed, not stored, and that somewhere beneath that flickering field of light and silence, something is watching us in reverse. The Juan de Fuca Ridge is now more closely monitored than ever, but the bloom has not reappeared. Its lights are gone, its trench remains silent, but the sensors still pick up subtle pulses, faint rhythms that pass beneath the sea without shape, without heat, without cause. They come every 22 hours, 14 minutes and 9 seconds, not always visible, but always felt. And in the darkness beneath where light was once memory, something vast and voiceless is still listening, still learning, still waiting for us to understand the first line of the story it already began writing, long before we ever arrived. Part 31. The Lantern Below. The vanishing sphere of the Celtic abyss west of Ireland, beyond the turbulent continental shelf, and into the vast openness of the North Atlantic, lies a region of quiet darkness known to only a few specialized oceanographers as the Celtic Abyss. While the continental shelf to the east is well studied, with its sprawling submarine canyons and teeming ecosystems, this basin, sitting at depths exceeding 5,500 meters, has remained largely untouched. It is not a place of traffic. Few research missions prioritize it. There are no mineral prospects, no oil fields, no fisheries. It is in every way a forgotten void. But in 2002, a private telecommunications company laying a high-speed transatlantic fiber optic cable reported an obstruction, a spherical one, suspended in water, 32 meters in diameter, and glowing. The ship, Horizon Ardent, equipped with deep-sea cable-laying equipment and a small class of ROVs, was moving westward along a mapped trench when the sonar began to echo inconsistently. Instead of returning clean profiles of the flat seabed, the pulses bent, warped, not around a solid object, but around a fluid interruption, a phenomenon known only to physicists who study coherent voids, a space that is there, yet isn't. When the ROV was lowered to investigate, it recorded something that none of the crew had anticipated, a luminous sphere suspended just 8 meters above the seafloor. It was not light, as we know it. It did not cast shadows. Instead, it gave the appearance of presence, not illumination. The sphere's surface pulsed slowly, rhythmically, in tones that seemed deliberate. The pulses were not consistent in wavelength, but they followed a pattern that the ship's lead technician, a former physicist, would later compare to an EEG wave, a sleep cycle. The light changed gradually across a spectrum of colors, never sharp, always soft, blue into green, green into violet, then back to blue. There was no heat, no radiation. The water around the object remained motionless, despite the ROV's own thrusters creating turbulence nearby. Something around the sphere, some invisible shell, was containing all kinetic energy, like a field. The cable could not pass through it. When the ROV attempted to reach closer, every attempt to maneuver was met with subtle resistance. Nothing physical, nothing that tripped alerts or caused torque on the arm. But the controls felt like they were misbehaving, like the drone was drifting around a presence that didn't want to be touched. And then something changed. The light stopped pulsing. For a full 11 seconds, the sphere went black. Instruments continued to read no temperature shift. The surrounding water remained chemically stable. But the crew aboard Horizon Ardent would later report that, during that brief blackout, the ship's internal clocks paused, not by much, only milliseconds, but in exact synchronization. Every digital system experienced a frozen moment, then resumed as if nothing had happened. And then the sphere returned to light. But now, the color was white, pure, featureless, endless white, with no gradation, and it began to rise. Not quickly, not with propulsion. It simply ascended, the same way a dream might. Water pressure did not seem to affect it. The tethered ROV followed as far as it could, capturing footage of the sphere climbing vertically through 2,000 meters of ocean with the same steady pace. Then at a depth of 3,300 meters, the signal was lost. The sphere never breached the surface. What happened next was stranger still. The ROV was recovered, damaged, not by impact, but by internal memory corruption. Its hardware remained untouched. No pressure warping, no temperature trauma, but the onboard data system had been rewritten in parts. Some logs were intact, others were filled with blocks of binary code that when converted formed symbols, not alphanumeric, but glyphs, geometries, spirals and arcs. No two sequences were alike, but when layered together, the symbols formed a three-dimensional pattern, a sphere composed entirely of curving fractal light paths, folded around an empty center. The pattern was recursive. The deeper one zoomed in, the more spheres appeared, nested inside one another, endlessly. The ROV's clock was also desynchronized by exactly 2 hours and 13 seconds ahead of ship time. The cable laying project was rerouted. Official documents marked the interference as unresolvable seafloor irregularity. The footage and sensor data disappeared into the servers of the contracting firm, which was later quietly absorbed by a European defense contractor. But fragments of the incident made their way into the underground networks of independent researchers. Forums dedicated to anomalous marine phenomena began to call it the lantern below. Years later, in 2017, a team of marine biologists studying deep-sea squid migration reported strange acoustic reflections in the same area. They dropped hydrophones. For 4 days they heard nothing. On the 5th, they picked up a pulse, a single tone, soft, tonal, lasting 21 seconds. When translated into waveform and cross-analyzed against prior deep-sea anomalies, it matched nothing in nature. No cetacean, no vent, no geological activity. But it matched the ROV's corrupted data signal almost perfectly. When boosted and slowed, the tone took on a haunting shape, an audible rhythm that resembled not music but breath, not exhalation, not sighing, but a sustained deliberate inhalation, as if something vast, unseen, deep within the booms of the Indus Fan, past the ancient rifts that fracture the seafloor, lies something that was never expected, something that does not belong. A freshwater system, buried beneath salt, pressure, and geological time. A vein of impossible purity, deep within the ocean's chest. It was first hinted at in 1986, when seismic reflection data showed an unusual attenuation zone beneath the Laxmi Ridge, a patch of sediment that returned strange echoes, dampened, diffuse, then forgotten. It would take nearly 3 decades before the anomaly was found again. In 2015, during a joint Indo-Norwegian deep-sea drilling project aimed at exploring methane hydrate formations, a core sample was pulled from 3,900 meters below the seafloor, extracted from a pocket believed to be a relic of glacial meltwater sealed during the Pleistocene. But when the core was opened, it was not frozen, it was wet, and the water inside it was fresh. Not brackish, not ancient saline, not fossil water, fresh, clear, cold, and chemically inert. No dissolved salts, no organic compounds, no sediment, and no isotopic markers that matched anything from Earth's current hydrosphere. Its profile did not resemble trapped groundwater or subduction-captured precipitation. It was, for all analytical purposes, outside the system. Its oxygen isotope ratios suggested formation not from surface evaporation, but from pressure-induced phase change, an impossible condition without a source of energy or structural support. And yet, there it was, 1 liter of impossible water. When more cores were taken, they uncovered a vein, narrow but consistent, stretching across a 14-kilometer span, winding like a capillary beneath the ridge. It moved slightly uphill, against gravity, against logic, against tectonic gradient. When samples were placed under infrared spectroscopy, a strange phenomenon was observed. The water produced no thermal signature, not low, not high, just absent. The sensors reported it as transparent, not only to visible light, but to heat itself. This fresh water was not simply still, it was empty in a way matter is not supposed to be. The team began to monitor the site with precision sensors, burying probes around the core points. For 12 days, nothing changed. No movement, no pressure shifts, no seismic flicker. And then, on the 13th day, the sensors detected pulses, tiny rhythmic tremors, like breath through a closed throat, not seismic, not tidal, but internal. A cycle of expansion and contraction occurring every 47 minutes, each one displacing the surrounding rock by fractions of a millimeter. The vein was moving, but not leaking, not collapsing. It remained sealed, yet alive. Then, a more disturbing pattern emerged. One by one, the buried sensors began to fail, not all at once, not suddenly, but in a wave. Each probe went offline in a sequence that matched the path of the freshwater vein itself, as if something was traveling along it. Something not solid, but real enough to sever communication and short hardware through sheer presence. By the time the researchers returned to the site, only one sensor remained online, and its final transmission included something no one could explain. An acoustic spike, barely audible, embedded in the carrier signal. When slowed down and filtered, it revealed a burst of sound only once, 3 seconds long, recorded at 4:23 local time. The waveform wasn't noise. It was structured, 3 rising tones, each separated by a beat of silence. Some suggested it was machinery, a byproduct of tectonic resonance. Others said it sounded like a warning, a voice not speaking in words, but in pressure. The project was terminated. Officially, due to funding constraints, but unofficial logs mentioned something else: unusual behaviors among the crew, changes in sleep patterns, increased anxiety, dreams described as wet, hollow, and slow. 2 geologists reported feeling persistent chills in their limbs, despite tropical temperatures. 1 man suffered from unexplained hearing loss that returned to normal the moment he left the site. The data was sealed under a multinational energy exploration clause, but in 2020, a declassified image surfaced on a researcher's anonymous blog, captured from an ROV's return footage. It showed the core borehole just before final withdrawal. There, etched into the silt around the shaft, were spirals, not made by the drill. Too shallow, too curved, 12 perfect spirals, evenly spaced. No marine life was nearby. No tools had touched that area. They had grown. No one has returned to the site since. The freshwater vein beneath the Arabian Sea is now known in rumor and whispers as the wellspring. Its existence remains officially unacknowledged, but it has quietly become a subject of fascination in deep-sea research circles. Some theorize it is a remnant of the Earth's memory, water not formed here, but brought here, locked beneath salt to keep it from rejoining the world above. Others believe it to be the circulatory system of something older than plate tectonics, an ancient mechanism left behind not to be found, but to be kept closed. And still others suggest it is alive, that the freshwater is not water at all, but interface, a medium waiting for something to enter it. A liquid library holding data not as language but as resonance. A gate. If so, the pulses may not be breath, they may be footsteps, measured, patient, closing in from within the Earth's crust like a drumbeat coming home. And if the spirals were not grown by hands, they may be instructions, a lock waiting for its shape, a form waiting to be remembered, or worse, reawakened. The sea remains silent above, but far beneath, wrapped in darkness and rock and the quietest water ever measured, something ancient, perfect, and unspeakably still continues to wait. It is not trapped, it is not lost, It is only waiting to be asked the right question. Part 33. The Murmur of Izoa, the disappearing reef of the Sulu Sea. In the southern reaches of the Philippines, nestled within the quiet heat of the Sulu Sea, there is an area known only by the locals as Izoa. It appears on no maritime charts. No GPS system will route a path to it, and yet fishermen speak of it with weary familiarity. A shallow reef that should not exist, and yet sometimes does. They claim it surfaces only during certain lunar alignments, when the tides are low and the night is still. A pale rise of coral and sand, jagged and unnatural in its shape, like a mouth yawning beneath the waterline. Some have set foot on it. Fewer have returned with memory intact, and all of them without exception describe hearing something just beneath the wind, a murmur. In 1999, a marine biology team from Cebu State University launched a small expedition to study migratory patterns of hawksbill turtles. Satellite telemetry from a tagged specimen had indicated multiple resting stops across what should have been deep open water. The readings made no sense. Repetitive shallow depths reported hundreds of kilometers from any known reef or atoll. Suspecting a satellite error, the researchers chartered a trawler to the coordinates and deployed a drop camera into the waters below. What they saw should not have been possible. A coral shelf, broad, expansive, vibrant, not in the sense of living color, but in shape and movement. The coral did not behave like coral. It moved, not with the water, but in slow rhythmic undulations like breathing. And in the center of the frame, partially buried in sediment, was what looked like a spire, a stone, smooth and dark, jutting from the seabed in perfect verticality, as if grown rather than placed. They sent divers the next morning. 2 went down. 1 came back. The survivor, a young research assistant named Florentino Bayani, surfaced incoherent, his oxygen tank still half full. His first words were not a cry for help or description of what he'd seen, but a question: did you hear it too? For days he drifted between lucidity and silence, sketching only circles in possibly dense spirals, one inside another, always drawn from the center outward. When pressed, he said only, "It's awake now." The footage recovered from his dive camera was damaged, as if the tape had been partially degaussed. What remained were blurred images of coral that grew as the camera watched, branches lengthening by centimeters in seconds, writhing gently. The audio, however, was preserved. It began as a low thrum, consistent with reef-borne vibration, but as the diver approached the spire, the tone shifted. Words did not form, but cadence did. Phrases in rhythm, as if a language were being spoken by the sea itself, not for meaning, but for memory. Over the next decade, the reef of Izoa appeared and disappeared irregularly. Satellite imagery taken during times of reported sightings showed an indistinct bloom of brightness in the water, like a stain, visible only for a day before vanishing. It defied coral growth rates, tidal patterns, and even bathymetric mapping. Sometimes it was reported where the ocean should have been 2 kilometers deep. Other times it rose close enough to breach the surface. In 2007, a deep-sea submersible operated by a Japanese oceanography group made an unplanned detour while en route to Indonesia. Strong current anomalies had nudged it off course. When the pilot looked out through the observation window, he described seeing something that made him forget how to breathe. It looked like a city, he later whispered during a private interview, but not one we ever built. When pressed, he admitted that the structures were not man-made, not carved, not raised, but grown. Coral, yes, but in shapes impossible to form through any natural process. Arches without load-bearing points, columns that spiraled into nothing, staircases that folded back into themselves like Mobius loops of reef and bone. All of it bathed in soft bioluminescent glow, pulsing in patterns that resembled not fish movement, but heartbeat. And there, in the center, rose the spire, taller now, almost crystalline. The pilot turned to record the sight. His camera feed cut out. They surfaced 30 minutes later. The footage was blank, but his watch had stopped. When it resumed later that evening, the date was wrong, advanced by 3 days. Izoa's last confirmed sighting occurred in 2012, when a typhoon ripped across the southern Sulu Sea. A Filipino naval vessel sent to survey storm damage reported unusual sonar bouncebacks from a point 83 kilometers west of Palawan. What they mapped was an island, rough, angular, barely protruding above the surface, but unmistakable. But when they reached it the next morning, there was nothing. No sandbar, no reef, only open water. But the ship's instruments behaved strangely for hours. Gyroscopes spun without cause. Radios picked up feedback loops in harmonic intervals, tones repeating every 19.4 seconds. When played through speakers, the loops formed oscillating beats. One of the crew, a devout Catholic, began to weep without explanation. When asked why, he replied, "Because it was speaking the rhythm of prayer." Some now believe USO is not a reef at all, that it is a memory formation, birthed by the ocean itself, a living echo of some forgotten structure, perhaps lost millennia ago, now mimicked and replayed in coral and sound. Others believe it is a wound, something that should not exist, kept hidden by the sea's own natural forces, rising only when the balance is briefly broken. And then there are those who do not believe at all, but they are fewer now, because the murmurs are growing louder. They are heard in the hulls of boats, in sonar recordings, in the bones of divers who resurface shaken, hearing words they cannot remember but cannot unhear. The sea does not forget, and beneath the warmth of the Sulu sun, beneath the tides that churn and cleanse and erase, there is a structure that rises when no one looks directly at it. A reef that mimics breath, a spire that remembers, and a murmur that grows soft, slow, infinite, waiting for the ones who will finally understand the song it never stopped singing. Part 34. The Spiral Beneath Concord. The infinite wreck below the Tasman Rise. South of New Zealand, where the Tasman Sea begins to bleed into the frozen lungs of the Southern Ocean, there is a place rarely spoken of by name, known to oceanographers as the Concord Depth, a region of unbroken blue on the maps, tucked between the Macquarie Ridge and the abyssal tongue that descends toward Antarctica. For centuries it has been avoided by sailors, not because of reefs or storms or piracy, but for reasons less tangible. Compasses spin here, GPS locks fail, sonar pulses return in warped ellipses, and sometimes ships simply vanish, not in chaos, but in a drifting silence that begins with the feeling that the sea has forgotten how to move. One of these ships was the Concordia, a Canadian exploratory vessel lost in 1977 during a magnetic field mapping operation. She had been due to rendezvous with a research station on Campbell Island, but failed to report after entering a quiet corridor 140 nautical miles southeast of Macquarie Island. Weather was clear, radio was strong. Then, nothing. Weeks of search yielded no distress call, no debris, no oil slick. The Concordia and her crew of 21 were never found, until 2014. That year, a multinational geological survey of the deep Tasman Rise, conducted from the Australian vessel Meridian Arc, deployed a high-resolution sub-bottom profiler to examine sediment shifts near a suspected extinct vent field. What they found was not geological. At a depth of 6,200 meters, buried beneath 200 meters of compressed sediment and fine volcanic ash, was a ship, entire, unbroken, not crushed by pressure, not torn apart by tectonics, preserved, not fossilized, not wrecked, preserved. The initial assumption was that it was a recent freighter, lost in the last decade, but once the sediment was cleared, the name on the hull was unmistakable: Concordia. The ship was whole, its deck gear was intact, windows were unshattered, a crane still stood, its cables curled mid-drop, one lifeboat remained suspended above the waterline, its tethers unmoved. Even the fabric of the flag at the stern, though shredded, still fluttered slightly, inexplicably, in the dead water. But most unnerving was its position. The ship was not resting on the seafloor. It was tilted at 30 degrees, pointed downward, suspended in open water by no current, no tether, and no physical explanation. It hovered, embedded halfway into the silt, like it had fallen not from the surface, but from above the ocean itself. The Meridian Arc launched an ROV. As it descended, the signal began to stutter, not flicker. Loop. Segments of footage repeated, frames captured, then played again, sometimes in reverse. The ROV's depth counter displayed non-Euclidean values, negative 0-point depths, decimal irregularities impossible in physics. The drone approached the Concordia, passing over her deck, when something below caught the pilot's eye. There was a spiral, not part of the ship, not natural geology, a spiral etched in the silt, spanning nearly 300 meters across, too exact to be an accident, too perfect to be carved by sea creatures or currents. Each loop was separated by exactly 3.7 meters. The spiral had depth, not just a surface mark, but a groove, descending downward like a staircase cut into the sea floor. And at its center was not rock, not coral, a hole, not dark, but white, not a void, but a glow. The light didn't pulse, it didn't flicker, it remained constant, as though emerging not from a source, but from a place where light had no origin. The ROV hovered above the spiral, transmitting images back to the meridian arc. When the feed fractured completely, data returned to the surface as garbled noise, repeating codes, and thousands of image fragments. When stitched together, the frames formed a single panoramic mosaic of impossible depth, an image of the ship from below, though the drone had never descended past the keel. In the image, the Asta Concordia appeared surrounded by duplicates of herself, reflections, echoes, mirror ships twisted into arcs, and impossible geometries. Not a wreck, not a fleet, but recursions, the same ship, seen from multiple angles, that could not physically exist in shared space. A spiral of itself. The drone was lost. No signal, no wreckage, just a blank telemetry burst, then silence. The team aboard the Meridian Arc aborted the mission and returned to port. But in the months that followed, strange data anomalies emerged in oceanographic stations across the southern hemisphere. Acoustic sensors picked up a new background hum, one that did not come from vents, ships or weather. It was rhythmic, mathematical. Every 3 days, it spiked in amplitude, and the wave pattern matched the profile of the sonar pulse used by the Meridian Arc's initial mapping scan, as if the spiral had heard the signal and was replying. Only one researcher, Dr. Elaine Croft, a geophysicist from the University of Tasmania, had the courage to publish a private paper suggesting the impossible, that the spiral beneath the Asta Concordia was not a formation, but an interface, a kind of standing aperture in space-time, possibly caused by deep ocean pressure interacting with unmeasured gravitational flows. But her final theory went further. She proposed that the Concordia had not sunk at all. It had been replicated, held, replayed, over and over again, that what rested beneath the Tasman Rise was not a wreck, but a memory of a ship that never hit the water in the usual sense. A ship that had encountered a spiral so dense in temporal folding that it became trapped in a moment repeated forever. A spiral of now. Satellite passes over the region have since failed to detect the Concordia again. Submersible missions have been denied access to the depth. The spiral cannot be confirmed, but the hum remains, still rhythmic, still responding. It has only one modulation, a loop every 43 hours, 13 minutes, and 4 seconds. And when plotted as waveform, the modulation forms not a tone but a shape, an image of a spiral, one that grows larger with every response, one that is no longer centered on the sea floor, but slowly, incrementally, on us. Part 35. The drift of the absent whale, the missing migration of the Kerguelen pulse far in the southern reaches of the Indian Ocean, beneath skies perpetually grey and waters restless with the churn of old currents, lies one of Earth's most isolated landmasses, the Kerguelen Plateau, known also as the Desolation Islands. This massive submerged microcontinent hides thousands of meters below the waves, with only a few wind-battered volcanic peaks breaching the surface. It is a realm of bitter cold and ceaseless waves, of long, empty distances where ships rarely pass and storms gather without origin. And somewhere beneath that unreachable quiet, a song once rose, a song that should not have stopped. The tale begins in 1998, when acoustic researchers from France, South Africa, and Australia collaborated on a project to map global whale migrations using passive sonar buoys scattered across the Southern Ocean. These were not simple instruments. They were finely tuned to capture ultra-low frequency vocalizations across thousands of nautical miles, designed to listen to the great songs of blue whales as they moved like slow shadows beneath the sea. But among the recordings was a sound that defied classification. It was first captured 74 kilometers west of Heard Island, in a deep channel that threads the plateau like a forgotten vein. The signal was unmistakably biological, but its pitch was wrong. It sang at 39 Hz, too low for known species, too long between intervals, and too perfectly spaced, as though the creature behind it did not breathe in rhythm with lungs but in precise intervals, as if following a code. The sound was lonely. No other vocalizations responded. No pod echoed back. It drifted, persistent and unanswered, across the listening field for nearly 6 weeks. Researchers dubbed it the Kerguelen Pulse. They assumed it was a solitary whale, perhaps malformed, perhaps lost, perhaps dying, but the signal never weakened. Each call carried exactly the same structure, the same intensity. Every 7th cycle, the tone warped slightly, modulating downward by a fraction of a hertz. And when mapped spectrally, that 7th tone revealed an unexpected layer beneath the main signal, an echo, a faint mimic of the original sound, time-shifted and inverted, emerging exactly 4.7 seconds after each call. It was as if the ocean itself was singing back, not the deep, not the ridge, the void beneath it. In early 1999, a NOAA vessel deployed a mobile hydrophone array directly above the last known position of the pulse. For 28 hours they heard nothing. Then during the dead middle of night, a single call ruptured the silence, but it was no longer at 39 Hz. It had dropped to 23. Then 20 minutes later, to 18. The intervals shortened, the signal grew richer, and then without crescendo or collapse, it stopped, permanently. The Kerguelen Pulse was never heard again, but the sea around that region changed. Oceanographers noticed strange discrepancies in current temperature mapping. A persistent cold eddy formed near the Kerguelen Trench, colder than the surrounding waters by almost 3 degrees Celsius, yet unmoving, unshrinking, unmelting. Deep water salinity increased, as if something dense had been introduced at depth, and the migratory patterns of blue whales across the southern hemisphere began to shift. Entire routes moved eastward, former calving zones were abandoned, and then came the mass silences. By 2002, over a dozen long-range hydrophone buoys positioned across the Indian and Pacific Oceans reported massive acoustic voids where song once echoed. Entire migratory seasons passed with barely a whisper of the traditional calls. Instead, a new pattern emerged, not song, but tension, subsonic groans, longer and deeper than any whale, with intervals lasting upwards of 30 minutes. The sounds carried no melodic structure. They were not attempts at communication, they were waiting. In 2004, an uncrewed undersea glider from the Indian National Center for Ocean Information Sciences passed near the trench and recorded a rare anomaly, a vertical column of seawater 150 meters wide, descending nearly straight down with no visible origin, pressure anomaly, or source. It was not hot, it was not cold, it was absent. Inside the column, sensors recorded zero biotic presence, no plankton, no bacteria, nothing living, as if the water had been drained of life, not through death, but through extraction. When the data was reviewed, something else was noticed. For precisely 4.7 seconds while passing through the center of the column, the glider's internal clock froze, not its power, not its motion, just time. Log entries for those seconds were blank, not corrupted, but unwritten, as if time itself had paused inside that silent shaft, and for a brief moment, the machine had simply not existed. Some began to suspect the unthinkable, that the Kerguelen Pulse had not been a whale, that it had not even been a call, that it was awake, the auditory echo of something moving between dimensions of experience we cannot fully name, not a creature, not a sound, a boundary event, the slow final reverberation of something vast, sentient, and leaving. There are whispers now among oceanic archivists, those who listen to the deep, not for commerce or science but for meaning. They claim the Southern Ocean is quieter than ever before, not because the whales have gone, but because the listener is gone. The pulse has vanished, and with it something ancient and constant. Every year on the anniversary of the final signal, a few vessels venture near the coordinates. They drop hydrophones, they wait, they listen. Sometimes at the very edge of what machines can detect, they hear something, a breath, one exhalation, stretched impossibly long, a sigh in the darkness, made not of air, but absence, a sound not of life, but of departure. And always when mapped, that breath ends with the same delay, exactly 4.7 seconds after silence, like something on the other side of silence still hears us.